In a sport built on tradition, silence, and restraint, one man arrived and changed everything. His name is Tiger Woods. Born to a military father and a mother who believed in destiny, he was raised with discipline, focus, and an unshakable sense of purpose. He held a golf club before he could read, and by the time he was a child, the world was already watching. Tiger didn't just play golf, he attacked it, combining power, precision, and mental strength in ways the sport had never seen. As he rose, courses grew longer, crowds grew louder, and expectations grew heavier. He shattered records, broke barriers, and brought a new generation into a game once closed to many. Majors, championships, global fame, his dominance felt inevitable. But greatness came with pressure, injury, and public collapse. His fall was as dramatic as his rise, played out under the harshest spotlight. Yet Tiger refused to disappear. Through surgeries, setbacks, and doubt, he rebuilt himself piece by piece. When he returned to win again, it wasn't just a victory, it was redemption. How did a child prodigy become the most dominant golfer in history and then survive losing it all? And what does his journey teach us about resilience, identity, and the cost of greatness? This is the story of Tiger Woods, the athlete who redefined golf and proved that true champions are measured not only by victories, but by comebacks. Welcome to Richie Rich Stories. Please do not forget to subscribe and like the story and let us know where you are from and what the time is right now in the comments below. The evening fog slipped across the Navy Golf Course in Cypress, California, casting spectral shadows across the 18th fairway. Earl Woods stood motionless, watching his 3-year-old son swing a cut-down 7-iron with a fluidity that belied his age. The year was 1978, and the world had not yet heard of Eldrick Tiger Woods beyond a curious 2-minute segment on a daytime talk show, but Earl knew. He had always known. "Once more, Tiger," Earl said softly, his voice carrying the cadence of military precision, a holdover from his days as a Green Beret in Vietnam. Focus through the distraction. Earl clicked a small tape recorder, and James Brown's "Get Up Off of That Thing" filled the empty practice tee. He jangled his keys near Tiger's ear, coughed deliberately during the backswing. The child never flinched, his eyes trained on the dimpled white sphere as if nothing else existed. Kultida, Tida Woods watched from 20 yards away, her thin cardigan pulled tight against the cooling California evening. The lights of Cypress blinked on behind her. Not the glamorous Newport Beach or Bel Air of popular imagination, but the modest military community where the Woods family had established their middle-class life. Their home was small but sufficient, its walls already filling with photographs of a child gripping clubs before he could properly form sentences. "You push him too hard," Tida said later that night, her Thai-accented English carrying both concern and steel as she washed dinner dishes in their kitchen. The wallpaper, a pattern of yellow flowers popular when Nixon was still president, had begun peeling slightly at the corners. "He's just a baby." Earl dried a plate methodically. "He's not just anything, Tida. You've seen it. I've seen it. Even Bob Hope saw it on the Mike Douglas show." Bob Hope sees many things. He's a comedian. He wasn't laughing. He was astonished. Tida sighed, setting down a glass. At 44, Earl was 17 years her senior, a man who had already lived several lives. College baseball player who had integrated Kansas State's program in the 1950s, Army officer who'd served multiple tours in Southeast Asia where he had met. Guten. They had built something quiet and disciplined here in Cyprus, a life centered around their son's emerging gift. "I worry about balance," she said. "The Buddhism teaches." "The Buddhism also teaches discipline," Earl interrupted gently, "and focus, and dedication to purpose. What if his purpose is already here? What if it found him before he could even walk? In the living room, Tiger sat cross-legged on the carpet, watching a muted golf tournament on their console television. Even at 3, he could identify Jack Nicklaus's swing from 50 yards away. December 30th, 1980. Tiger's 5th birthday arrived with a small celebration, practical gifts, a homemade cake, and no extravagance. The Woods household operated on a military budget, stretched thin by golf lessons and junior tournament entry fees. Earl had already begun taking second mortgages on their modest Cypress home, betting on a future return that existed only in his mind's eye. "Make a wish, Tiger," Tida said as she lit 5 candles on a chocolate cake. The boy closed his eyes, his face serene in concentration. When he opened them, he blew out every candle with a single, controlled breath. The same breath control Tida had taught him during their morning meditation sessions, a counterbalance to Earl's more aggressive training regimen. Later, after the cake had been eaten and the kitchen cleaned, Earl took his son into the garage where a practice net had been installed. It was crude by country club standards. Fishing net reinforced with baling wire suspended from hooks in the ceiling joists. But it had become Tiger's laboratory. The concrete floor was scuffed with thousands of divot marks where the boy had spent hours perfecting his swing. "Before bed, let's work on tempo," Earl said, handing Tiger a putter. 10 perfect strokes. 20, Tiger countered, smiling. Earl laughed. "Always pushing, like your mother." They stood together in the makeshift practice area, the single overhead bulb casting long shadows. Outside, a neighbor's Christmas lights blinked red and green through the garage window. The radio played softly, Blondie's "Call Me" fading into REO Speedwagon's "Keep on Loving You," the soundtrack of suburban California as the Reagan era dawned. Tiger lined up his first putt with the concentration of a surgeon. Earl watched silently, no longer needing to offer technical advice. At 5, his son already possessed a putting stroke that some club professionals would envy. "Dad," Tiger said between putts, "when can I play in a tournament?" "Soon. When you're ready." "I'm ready now." Earl shook his head. "Not quite. We'll know when." "Because," Earl said, kneeling to eye level with his son, "the right moment announces itself, like your swing did, like your focus did. We're building something here that's never been built before." Tiger nodded, accepting this answer with the same quiet intensity he brought to everything. He returned to his putting, each stroke identical to the last, a metronome in human form. The summer of 1981 brought California's familiar pattern of marine layer mornings and sun-baked afternoons. Tiger, now 5½, had begun playing 9-hole rounds at the Navy course, his scores already breaking 50, a feat many adult golfers never achieved. The pro shop manager, a retired chief petty officer named Frank Markey, watched Tiger approach the first tee one June morning. The boy carried a mixed set of cut-down clubs, some with electrical tape reinforcing the grips. "Morning, Tiger. Your dad with you today?" Frank asked, knowing Earl often followed his son's rounds when his schedule at McDonnell Douglas allowed. "Mom's taking me," Tiger replied, gesturing toward Tida, who was purchasing a small bucket of range balls. Frank nodded. "Weather report says it'll heat up by noon. Drink plenty of water out there." "Yes, sir," Tiger said with military precision that echoed his father's influence. Frank watched the child organize his tee, ball, and alignment with methodical care. There was something almost unsettling about seeing such adult focus in a kindergartner, as if childhood itself had been compressed into a single-minded pursuit. On the practice green nearby, 2 retirees in polyester slacks paused their putting to observe. "That's the Woods kid," one whispered. "Saw him on Mike Douglas years ago. Some kind of prodigy." "Lot of pressure for a little guy," his friend replied. "His old man's a piece of work, Army guy. Runs drills like it's basic training. Still, Look at that swing." They fell silent as Tiger's tee shot traveled straight and true, a perfect baby draw that would have satisfied most grown men. Tida gave no reaction beyond a subtle nod, already walking toward the fairway, her son falling into step beside her. The Woods' living room, January 1982. Rain tapped against the windows as Tiger, now 6, sat at the coffee table drawing. Not the superhero illustrations or space battles typical of first graders, but meticulous renderings of golf holes, some from memory, others from his imagination. Earl entered from the kitchen carrying 2 mugs of hot chocolate. "What are you designing there, champion?" he asked, setting one mug carefully beside his son. "A par 5, Tiger said without looking up. "Dogleg right with water protecting the green." "Tough hole," Earl observed. "Would you go for it in 2 or lay up?" Tiger considered this with gravity beyond his years. "Depends on the wind and the tournament situation." Earl suppressed a smile. Other kids discussed Batman or Star Wars. His son assessed risk-reward scenarios and course management. The television murmured in the background. A news report about the recession, unemployment climbing toward 10%, President Reagan insisting recovery was coming. "I got a call from the Optimist tournament today," Earl said casually. "They're having their junior event at the Navy course this spring. I think you're ready." Tiger's eyes widened slightly, the most excitement he typically displayed. "Really?" "Really, but it means more practice, tougher drills." "I can handle it," the boy said with quiet certainty. Earl nodded, studying his son. "I know you can. That's what worries your mother sometimes." "Why?" "Because most children your age are just being children, playing, making messes. You've already found your purpose." Tiger returned to his drawing, adding bunkers with careful shading. "I like what I do." "I know, but balance matters. That's what your mom keeps telling me." Earl took a sip of his hot chocolate. "School still going okay?" "It's easy," Tiger shrugged. "Ms. Wilson says I need to talk more in class." "Then what do you think?" "I talk when I have something to say." Earl laughed softly, "Like your mother that way." Outside, the rain intensified, drumming against the roof. The house was modest but comfortable, a California ranch style with wood paneling and wall-to-wall carpeting. No luxury, but no deprivation either. The Woods family lived within their means, except when it came to golf. There, Earl stretched every financial boundary, believing in a return far beyond anything visible in 1982. "Dad?" Tiger asked, looking up from his drawing. "Why do people watch me at the golf course sometimes? Like I'm doing something wrong." Earl set down his mug, choosing his words carefully. "They're not watching because you're doing something wrong. They're watching because you're doing something rare, something special." "Because I'm young?" Good in the pride. "But mostly because you have a gift. And when people see true talent, especially in unexpected places, they stop and pay attention." Earl paused. "Some of them are watching because they haven't seen many people who look like us playing golf at a high level." Tiger nodded, processing this. At 6, he understood more than most children about being different, having a black father and Thai mother in an era and sport where such combinations were vanishingly rare. "Will it always be that way?" Tiger asked. "No," Earl said with conviction. "Someday they'll watch you only because you're the best. Nothing else will matter." Summer 1983. The afternoon sun baked the concrete of the Navy golf course parking lot as Earl and Tiger loaded clubs into the trunk of their Oldsmobile. Tiger, now 7, had just finished another round in the high 40s for 9 holes, routinely outplaying teenagers and adults alike. "Your pudding was off today," Earl observed, not unkindly. "We'll work on distance control tonight." Tiger nodded, accepting the critique without emotion. He had developed the ability to separate performance assessment from personal worth, a psychological firewall that would serve him throughout his career. As they prepared to leave, a golf cart pulled up beside them. The course pro, Jim Reeves, stepped out with a man Tiger didn't recognize. Middle-aged, expensive watch, country club casual in crisp khakis and a pale blue polo. "Earl," Jim called. "Got someone who wanted to meet you and Tiger." Earl straightened, instantly shifting into a more formal posture, the military man meeting a superior officer. "Afternoon, Jim." "This is Howard Coleman," Jim said. "He's on the committee for the Southern California Junior Golf Association." Howard extended his hand first to Earl, then, with a slight hesitation, to Tiger. "Heard a lot about your son, Mr. Woods. Impressive scores for someone so young." "Thank you, sir," Tiger replied, his voice soft but clear. Howard studied the boy with undisguised curiosity. "Jim tells me you're thinking of entering some regional junior events soon." Earl nodded. "When the time is right. The association has some scholarship programs that might interest you, help with entry fees, travel expenses, for promising young players from diverse backgrounds." A subtle tension entered Earl's jaw. "Appreciate that, Mr. Coleman. We're managing fine for now." Of course, of course. Howard's smile didn't quite reach his eyes, but the offer stands. We're always looking to broaden the game's appeal, make it more inclusive. After they parted ways, Tiger looked up at his father as they walked to their car. "What did he mean, Dad?" Earl waited until they were inside the car, windows up, before answering. He meant that golf is still a game played mostly by certain types of people, and sometimes they create programs to bring in other types of people. "Like us." "Like us." Earl started the engine. "But we're not looking for handouts or special treatment. We're building something different here." What?" Earl looked at his son with fierce pride and determination. "A champion who changes everything, not just scores, not just records, everything." The Oldsmobile pulled out of the parking lot, heading back to their Cyprus home where Tida would be preparing dinner, likely something with rice and vegetables, reflecting her Thai heritage and health-conscious mindset. The radio played Lionel Richie's All Night Long as they drove past strip malls and tracked housing developments, through an America still finding its economic footing after the recession's brutal punch. Tiger stared out the window, absorbing the Southern California landscape, a place where dreams were both nurtured and crushed with equal regularity. At 7, he didn't fully grasp what his father envisioned, couldn't possibly comprehend the barriers they would face or the heights they might reach. But he understood discipline. He understood practice. He understood that the swing in the garage net each night connected to something larger than himself, something that made his parents sacrifice, that made strangers watch, that made his father speak with such certainty about the future. That evening, as darkness fell over Cyprus, Tiger would stand again in that garage, repeating his putting stroke while Earl clicked a tape recorder and jingled keys beside his ear. Tida would look in occasionally, ensuring the drills didn't run too late, reminding them both that even future champions needed sleep. And in the darkness after bedtime, Earl would sit alone in the living room, making calculations in a worn notebook, tournament schedules, equipment costs, mortgage payments, mapping the investments required to develop a prodigy whose talents had appeared like a comet, unexpected and brilliant, illuminating a path that no one in their modest neighborhood had traveled before. The sweet scent of freshly cut fairways lingered in the morning dew as 10-year-old Tiger Woods stood at the first tee of Hartwell Golf Park in Long Beach. The municipal course showed its age-cracked cart paths, worn flagsticks, and patches of crabgrass fighting through the California drought. But to Tiger, it was hallowed ground. "Remember what we practiced," Earl Woods said, his voice low and steady. The retired lieutenant colonel stood a few paces back, his green beret discipline evident in his posture. Visualize the shot, feel it in your hands, then execute. Tiger nodded, his face a mask of concentration unusual for a child his age. The year was 1986, and Reagan's Morning in America played on television sets across the country, but in the Woods household, morning meant practice, always practice. "I've got it, Dad," Tiger replied, wiggling the persimmon driver in his hands. The Wood felt alive, an extension of himself. Around them, parents of other junior competitors watched with poorly disguised fascination. Some had seen the Golf Digest article 5 years earlier, the 5-year-old phenomenon who appeared on the Mike Douglas show. Now at 10, the novelty had hardened into something more substantial, respect tinged with unease. Tiger's swing was fluid poetry, the result of thousands of hours with coach Rudy Duran, who had been refining his natural talent since age 4. The ball sailed down the fairway, a piercing draw that settled in the center, outdriving competitors several years his senior. Earl nodded, satisfaction flickering across his weathered face. He didn't smile. Smiling wasn't part of the training, but his eyes conveyed pride. "Good ball," he said simply. "Tiger's up 5 strokes going into the back 9, a father whispered to another parent behind a cupped hand. "My boy says he never misses inside 6 feet. Never." The tournament unfolded like many others that summer. Tiger battling older competitors, his concentration unwavering even when maintenance carts rumbled past or someone's mother called out encouragingly to another child. Earl had prepared him for this, deliberately jangling coins during practice putts at home, coughing during his backswing, creating distractions that would have rattled most grown professionals. Psychological warfare, Earl called it, drawing on his military experience. The mind is the final battlefield. Later that evening, Kultida Tida Woods moved efficiently around their modest Cypress home, preparing a dinner of Thai curry, while Tiger spread his homework across the kitchen table. His straight-A performance in school was non-negotiable, regardless of tournament schedules or practice regimens. "How was the round today?" Tida asked, her voice carrying the lilting accent of her native Thailand. "I won by 8, Tiger said matter-of-factly, penciling in a math equation, "but I 3-putted twice." Earl entered with a stack of mail, dropping it onto the counter. "The registration forms for next month's events," he said, and another letter from that club in Orange County asking if Tiger would do an exhibition. Tida gave her husband a knowing look. They'd become accustomed to the invitations, the special attention, the thinly veiled attempts to associate with their prodigy. Most came without compensation. The Woods family understood the constraints of amateur status, but the costs of junior golf were mounting: entry fees, equipment, travel expenses. Earl's military pension and Tida's work could only stretch so far. "We'll make it work," Earl said, answering her unspoken concern. "We always do." Tiger glanced up from his homework. At 10, he understood more than most children about sacrifice. He'd seen his parents drive old cars, clip coupons, and budget carefully to support his golf. It was why he practiced so relentlessly, why he never complained about the 5 a.m. wake-up calls or the endless drills. There was a debt to be repaid. Rudy Duran watched Tiger's swing on the practice range at Hartwell in the golden afternoon light of Southern California. The teaching pro had worked with hundreds of juniors, but none like this. It wasn't just the technical proficiency that separated Tiger. It was the hunger. "Try hitting a few with a lower trajectory," Duran suggested. "The wind kicks up on those coastal courses." Tiger nodded, making a slight adjustment to his setup. The next shot pierced through the air, a bullet that barely climbed 15 feet off the ground. "Just like that," Duran said, impressed despite having witnessed such adaptability for 6 years now. Your championship at Hartwell last month, those windy conditions would have broken most kids. Tiger shrugged. I just imagined the shot before I hit it. Dad taught me that. Duran smiled. The interplay between Earl's psychological training and his own technical instruction had created something special. At 10, Tiger had a swing that college players would envy and a mental game that professionals might study. I heard about the missed cut at that event in San Diego, Duran said carefully, watching Tiger's reaction. Something hardened in the boy's face. The rare failure missing a cut in a tournament with older juniors had left a mark, just as Earl had predicted it would. Won't happen again, Tiger said flatly, reaching for another ball. Duran nodded, recognizing the fuel of future victories in that quiet declaration. He'd worked with Tiger since age 4, when Earl first brought his son to the range. The initial plan had been simple: formalize the fundamentals, channel the natural talent. But something extraordinary had emerged over those 6 years. A combination of Earl's psychological conditioning, Tida's quiet determination, and Tiger's own innate drive. I think we're done for today, Duran said, sensing the boy's fatigue despite his refusal to acknowledge it. Big tournament this weekend. Tiger looked like he wanted to protest, then nodded reluctantly. One more bucket? Duran laughed. Your dad will be here in 15 minutes. Make them count. The Woods' living room had become a makeshift trophy hall. Shelves lined with junior tournament hardware chronicled Tiger's ascent, age group championships, regional titles, each cup and plaque marking another step. A framed copy of the 1981 Golf Digest article, featuring 5-year-old Tiger demonstrating his swing, hung on the wall, the first major media recognition of what was building. Earl sat in his recliner, reviewing a stack of VHS tapes labeled with tournament dates and locations. The family's video camera, a bulky JVC that required a separate battery pack, had captured hundreds of hours of Tiger's swing evolution. The investment had been significant, but Earl considered it essential research material. Your tempo was off in the front 9 at Riverside last month, Earl commented as Tiger entered the room. But you found it by the turn. That's what separates winners' adaptation. Tiger nodded, settling cross-legged on the carpet. At 11 now, in 1987, he had grown accustomed to these evening analysis sessions. While other kids watched Family Ties or The Cosby Show, the Woods household studied swing mechanics and strategic decision-making. I've been thinking, Earl continued, it might be time to look beyond Rudy. You're outgrowing what he can teach you. Tiger looked up, surprise registering briefly before his features settled back into attentive neutrality. But Rudy's been my coach since I was little. And he's done an excellent job with the fundamentals, Earl acknowledged. But your ceiling is higher than most can see. We need to prepare for the next phase. The conversation was interrupted by the telephone's ring. Tida answered in the kitchen, then called for Earl. It's someone from the Junior Golf Association, she said. Earl excused himself, leaving Tiger alone with his thoughts. Change had always been part of the plan. His father had mapped out a progression that would eventually lead to the professional ranks, but the prospect of moving on from Rudy stirred complicated feelings. The coach had been a constant, a technical anchor complementing Earl's mental framework. When Earl returned, his expression was measured but pleased. They want you for the regional showcase next month, he said. It would mean missing 2 days of school. I'll get the assignments in advance, Tiger replied immediately, the solution already formulated. His academic discipline matched his athletic focus. Straight A's maintained regardless of tournament schedules. Earl nodded, satisfied. This is how it works, son. Excellence creates opportunity. Opportunity creates more excellence. It's a spiral that only moves upward if you maintain your standards. The California State Junior Championship of 1988 marked another milestone. At 12, Tiger had developed a reputation that preceded him. The gallery at Valencia Country Club had swelled beyond typical junior tournament attendance, word of the prodigy drawing curious onlookers and golf enthusiasts. "Don't let it distract you," Earl advised as they walked from the parking lot. "The gallery is just scenery. The course is your opponent." Tiger adjusted his cap, his game face already settling into place. Years of camera experience, starting with that early Golf Digest feature and continuing through local news coverage of his junior wins, had made him unusually comfortable with attention. While other juniors fidgeted under observation, Tiger seemed to draw energy from it. The tournament unfolded over 2 sweltering summer days. Tiger's pairing with 2 older competitors highlighted the physical disparity. He remained small for his age, though hints of the athleticism that would later define him were becoming evident. What he lacked in raw distance, he compensated for with precision and strategic acumen beyond his years. "He plays like a mini-professional," one rules official remarked to another as Tiger methodically dissected a difficult par 4, laying back from trouble and attacking with a precise approach. "You don't see that kind of course management in kids twice his age." By the final holes, Tiger had built a comfortable lead, his expression unchanged from the first, tee-focused, self-contained, processing each shot as a distinct problem to solve. When the final putt dropped, securing another championship trophy, his celebration was understated. A small fist pump, a handshake with competitors, a nod to Earl standing at the edge of the green. The victory speech was brief and polished, thanking the tournament organizers and acknowledging his parents' support. Even at 12, Tiger had developed what would become his public persona, respectful, composed, revealing little beyond gratitude and determination. "Your son is incredible," a tournament director told Earl afterward. "The way he handles himself. It's like watching a miniature professional." Earl nodded, accepting the compliment with measured pride. He understands that performance speaks louder than words. The Woods sedan pulled into their driveway late that evening, Tiger half asleep in the back seat, trophy secured in its protective wrap beside him. The tournament had been a 3-hour drive from home, and these weekend journeys had become routine, a family migration following the junior circuit across Southern California. "I'll get your clubs," Earl said as they parted. "You get ready for bed. School tomorrow." Tiger nodded sleepily, the adrenaline of competition long dissipated. Inside, Tida had left a plate of food covered in the refrigerator, a note with congratulations taped to the plastic wrap. The quiet house, the waiting meal, the familiar rhythm of tournament days ending in exhausted satisfaction. This was the scaffolding of his young life. Later, brushing his teeth, Tiger stared at his reflection. At 12, the contours of the man he would become were beginning to emerge from the child's face. The 1988 economic boom of Reagan's final year played out in distant boardrooms and trading floors. But in the Woods household, wealth was measured differently, in opportunities secured, in skills developed, in doors gradually opening. "Sleep well," Earl said, pausing at the bedroom doorway. "Physical training tomorrow before school." Tiger nodded. The fitness regimen Earl had instituted, unusual for junior golfers in that era, was another edge, another piece of the architecture being assembled. While other junior competitors focused solely on technique, Tiger was already building a foundation of strength and stamina that would later redefine the sport's physical parameters. "Yes, sir," he replied, the military response ingrained from earliest childhood. Earl studied his son for a moment, then added with rare tenderness, "You made good decisions out there today. Smart course management." It was high praise in the Woods lexicon, acknowledgement not just of victory but of process. Tiger fell asleep with those words echoing, more valuable than any trophy. By 1990, at 14, Tiger had outgrown the local junior circuit. His collection of trophies told the story of systematic dominance, progression through age groups marked by consistent excellence. The Woods family calendar had expanded to include tournaments across the western United States, each requiring careful financial planning and logistical coordination. The American Junior Golf Association has events we should target next year, Earl explained one evening, spreading a map across the kitchen table. Red circles mark potential tournaments, a campaign strategy for the coming season. The competition level rises significantly. National exposure. Tiger studied the map, mentally calculating the challenges each venue might present. His analytical approach had deepened with age and experience. Course management now incorporated weather patterns, grass types, elevation changes. What had begun as natural talent had evolved into something more comprehensive, a system for solving the puzzle each course presented. "My school schedule," Tiger began. "Will coordinate with your teachers," Earl assured him. "Your grades remain non-negotiable." Tida, listening from the kitchen doorway, added, "Your education is your security. Golf is a gift, but knowledge is power." The family's philosophy had always balanced athletic ambition with academic discipline. Tiger's straight. A record remained unblemished despite increasing competitive demands. A testament to late-night study sessions after tournament days, homework completed in hotel rooms, and tests taken early to accommodate travel schedules. "I've been talking with some people about your swing," Earl continued, changing subjects. "There's a coach in Orange County who works with college players. It might be time for that next step we discussed." Tiger nodded, unsurprised. The transition from Rudy Duran had been gradual but purposeful, part of Earl's long-term development plan. Each coach brought specific expertise, building upon the foundation laid by predecessors. "We'll arrange a session next month," Earl decided. "See if there's chemistry." The methodical approach to Tiger's development, technical, physical, psychological, reflected Earl's military background and Tida's meticulous nature. Nothing was left to chance. Everything served the progression toward excellence. The Hartwell Golf Park driving range, where it had all formally begun with Rudy Duran years earlier, felt smaller now. Tiger stood at the far end, working through a bucket of balls as the afternoon light cast long shadows across the worn turf. The municipal facility remained a touchstone, a reminder of origins amid increasing attention and opportunity. "Your swing has so much torque now," commented an older regular who had watched Tiger develop over the years. "Hard to believe you're still just 14. Tiger smiled politely, the public persona well established by now. "Just working on some adjustments," he replied, neither elaborating nor dismissing the conversation entirely. The interaction exemplified the balance Tiger had learned to strike, approachable but controlled, pleasant without revealing the inner machinery of ambition and process that drove him. Earl had coached these exchanges carefully over the years, understanding that a prodigy attracted both genuine admiration and complicated projections. Returning to his practice, Tiger focused on the technical adjustment he'd been implementing, a slightly stronger grip position that created more consistent draw spin. The mechanics were evolving, becoming more sophisticated as his physical strength developed and his understanding deepened. In the parking lot afterward, Earl waited in the car, reviewing tournament schedules while Tiger loaded his clubs. The family sedan showed its age-high mileage, a few dents, upholstery worn at the seams, but it had faithfully transported them to countless events across California and neighboring states. "Good session?" Earl asked as Tiger slid into the passenger seat. "Getting there," Tiger replied, his own assessment typically more critical than others might offer. "The grip change feels strange, but the ball flight is more consistent. Earl nodded, understanding the technical reference without needing elaboration. Years of shared language, of watching swings and analyzing trajectories, had created a shorthand between them. Your mother's making that chicken you like. We should discuss the summer tournament schedule over dinner. As they drove home through the early evening traffic, billboards advertising luxury cars and investment services lined the freeway, symbols of the prosperity that defined late 1980s California for many families. For the Woods household, such displays remained distant, relevant only as markers of a potential future where talent might translate to financial security. There was a letter from that golf academy in Florida Earl mentioned, eyes on the road. They're still interested in having you attend. Tiger glanced at his father, then back at the road. I'd rather stay home, with you and Mom. Earl nodded, not pressing the issue. The infrastructure supporting Tiger's development remained family-centered despite increasing external interest. Trust had been built within this tight unit, roles clearly defined, Earl as strategist and mental coach, Tida as disciplinarian and emotional anchor, Tiger as the dedicated executor of their collective vision. We'll keep it that way for now, Earl agreed, but opportunities will continue to present themselves. Part of the process is knowing which doors to open and which to pass by. Tiger nodded, understanding that each decision, from technical adjustments to educational choices, served the progression they'd been building since those first swings in the garage at age 2. The foundation laid during these formative years. Practice habits, mental discipline, competitive resilience was creating not just a golfer, but a methodology, a system for excellence that would eventually redefine what was possible in the sport. As the car turned into their neighborhood, the modest homes and well-kept lawns representing middle-class stability, Tiger gazed out the window, mind already processing tomorrow's practice goals. At 14, standing at the threshold between junior prodigy and the next phase of development, he carried both the weight and propulsion of carefully cultivated expectations, a child in age but a veteran in preparation, logging hours of deliberate practice that few peers could comprehend, much less match. The green of the Bay Hill fairway stretched before him like an emerald carpet, the morning dew still glistening under the early Florida sun. 15-year-old Tiger Woods exhaled slowly, his breath visible in the cool morning air as he addressed the ball. The gallery, sparse but attentive, watched in reverent silence. This wasn't just another junior tournament. This was the 1991 U.S. Junior Amateur Championship, and history hung in the balance. Focus on your process, Earl Woods had told his son that morning, his military precision evident in the crisp press of his polo shirt, the exactness of his words. The results will follow. Tiger's swing was a study in controlled violence, fluid yet precise, powerful yet measured. The ball arced against the cloudless sky, landing softly on the fairway, precisely where he had visualized it. Earl nodded approvingly from behind his aviator sunglasses, saying nothing. Words weren't necessary. The shot spoke for itself. In the hushed clubhouse afterward, the trophy gleaming under recessed lighting, Tiger became the youngest champion in the tournament's history. Reporters, still relatively few in number, circled with notepads and tape recorders, primitive technology compared to what would come. Their questions were met with responses that seemed rehearsed yet genuine, the product of Earl's careful media coaching. How does it feel to make history today, Tiger? I'm just grateful for the opportunity to compete, he answered, his voice still carrying the softness of adolescence despite the steel in his gaze. This is just the beginning. The prophecy in those words would echo through the chambers of golf history, though none present fully grasped their magnitude. In the wood-paneled room with its leather chairs and portraits of champions past, a new narrative was being written. One sentence, one tournament, one trophy at a time. Back home in Cypress, California, the modest Woods household maintained its military discipline. Tiger's room was Spartanly neat, trophies arranged with precision, textbooks stacked according to subject. Western High School represented another arena for excellence. Straight A's, no exceptions. The meritocracy of numbers, scorecards, and report cards alike provided comfort in their clarity. You earned what you achieved. The world was that simple, or so it seemed. Your mind is your greatest weapon, Tida Woods often reminded her son in the quiet moments before sleep, her Thai accent lilting gently through the darkness. When others lose control, you must find yours. Her Buddhist teachings provided a counterbalance to Earl's tactical approach. Yin to yang, stillness to motion. Tiger learned to meditate between study sessions, finding center before exams just as he did before crucial putts. The techniques merged until they became indistinguishable, a seamless approach to excellence under pressure. By 1992, the weight room had become another sanctuary. While other junior golfers focused exclusively on technique, Tiger was pioneering what would later become standard, treating golf as an athletic pursuit requiring physical conditioning. In the modest gym at Western High, he pushed himself through routines that puzzled his peers but satisfied something deep within him, a hunger for advantage, for separation from the pack. "Why are you lifting weights?" a teammate once asked. "Golf is about feel, not strength." Tiger merely smiled, the sweat glistening on his brow. "It's about both," he replied. "And everything else, too." John Anselmo watched his pupil's progress with professional satisfaction from the teaching bay at Navy Golf Course. As Tiger's coach since 1989, he guided the technical refinements that turned promise into dominance. But even Anselmo recognized the limitations of what he could offer a talent this rare. "Earl," he said one evening as they watched Tiger hit balls into the sunset, "he's outgrowing what I can teach him." Earl nodded, eyes never leaving his son's rhythmic motion. "I've been thinking about Butch Harmon." Anselmo knew the name. Everyone in golf did. Harmon had coached professionals, had a pedigree stretching back generations. "That's the right move," he agreed. "It's time." The decision to work with Butch Harmon in 1993 wasn't merely a coaching change. It was an investment in architecture, in building the technical foundation that would support towers of achievement not yet imagined. The early sessions were documented on VHS tapes, analog technology capturing analog excellence before the digital revolution would transform both. "Your iron play is already exceptional," Harmon noted during their first session, his voice carrying the gravel of countless hours on practice ranges. "But there's another level we can reach. The difference between good and great is measurable." Tiger absorbed every word, every technical adjustment. The relationship was professional rather than paternal, a shift that seemed subtle but signaled a broader transition from prodigy to professional. Harmon didn't need to manufacture pressure, he simply refined how Tiger responded to it. The Woods family kitchen, with its modest appliances and carefully managed food budget, remained command central. Maps spread across the Formica table marked tournament locations, schedules, college recruitment timelines. Earl's military background showed in the precision of the planning, the attention to logistics. "Stanford is showing serious interest," he mentioned casually one evening as Tiger completed calculus homework. "Their coach called again today." Tiger nodded without looking up from his textbook. "What did you tell him?" "That you're focused on defending your U.S. junior amateur title first. College conversations come later." The title was successfully defended in 1992, and again in 1993, 3 consecutive championships, a record that spoke of dominance rather than luck. Each victory added to the mystique, the sense of inevitability that followed Tiger like a shadow lengthening in the afternoon sun. Corporate America was beginning to take notice. Whispers of potential endorsements circulated in discreet conversations at tournament clubhouses. The strict amateur rules prevented any financial arrangements, but the groundwork was being laid, the relationships cultivated with the patience of gardeners tending to rare seedlings. "There will be opportunities," Earl told Tiger after a particularly impressive victory, choosing his words carefully. "But there will also be costs. Everything valuable requires sacrifice." Tiger understood. The isolation was already familiar. The hours alone on the range when friends were at movies, the social invitations declined to accommodate tournament schedules. His half-siblings from Earl's first marriage remained peripheral figures, mentioned occasionally but separate from the intense nucleus of Tiger, Earl, and Tida. The Woods family television was rarely tuned to entertainment. News programs, golf tournaments, educational documentaries, these were the approved viewing options. In April 1992, however, the screen showed Los Angeles burning, the riots following the Rodney King verdict transforming familiar streets into war zones. "This is why excellence matters," Earl said quietly, watching the chaos unfold less than an hour from their home. "This is why you can never just be good enough. Good enough doesn't change anything." Tiger absorbed this without comment, another lesson filed away in the growing archive of his consciousness. Race was never a topic avoided in the Woods household. It was simply framed within the context of excellence as the ultimate response to limitation. Perform well enough and barriers become irrelevant. By 1993, Tiger's practice sessions had acquired a mythical quality among junior golfers. The stories circulated: 6 hours without a break, 5 buckets of range balls before school, putting drills under flashlight when darkness fell. Like all myths, these contained elements of truth amplified through retelling. The reality was more systematic, a methodical approach to improvement rather than mere volume. Earl's famous distraction techniques had evolved as well. What began as simple noise during Tiger's swing had developed into elaborate psychological warfare, rattling change, dropping bags, speaking during backswings. The purpose remained constant: to build immunity to pressure, to create a competitive advantage through concentration. "The tournament will never be as hard as practice," Earl explained. "That's the point." The Woods family car, a sensible sedan that reflected their middle-class reality, accumulated miles traveling the junior golf circuit. Gas station coffee, packed lunches, budget motels. The infrastructure of Tiger's development was modest but sufficient. Financial constraints were never discussed as limitations, merely as parameters within which excellence must be achieved. In the quiet of those motel rooms, Tida often led Tiger through meditation exercises, teaching him to find stillness amid chaos, to regulate emotions when they threatened to overwhelm. These sessions were conducted in whispers, a private ritual between mother and son that balanced Earl's more visible influence. "Your father teaches you how to win," she told him once. "I teach you how to be worthy of winning." The balance worked. In tournaments, Tiger developed a reputation not just for skill but for nerve, a seemingly preternatural ability to perform better when stakes rose highest. On the crucial putts, when other juniors' hands trembled, Tiger's remained steady, his focus absolute. This wasn't coincidence or natural talent. It was the product of those distraction drills, those meditation sessions, those countless hours of deliberate practice. The archives of the USGA began to fill with Tiger's accomplishments, scorecards, photographs, press clippings. The trajectory was becoming clear to those paying attention. The U.S. Amateur Championship loomed as the next logical conquest, the final step before college golf and whatever lay beyond. Local television packages occasionally featured Tiger now, 30-second segments on evening sports reports that captured fragments of his development. The pieces were always respectful, tinged with wonder at this phenomenon, emerging from Southern California's middle-class suburbs. "He's different," one commentator noted after Tiger's third consecutive U.S. Junior Amateur victory. "We're watching something we haven't seen before." In the Woods household, such clips were recorded, but not dwelled upon. External validation was acknowledged, but not required. The internal standards remained higher than any outsider could impose. As 1993 drew to a close, Tiger's bedroom desk held college brochures alongside tournament schedules and homework assignments. Stanford's cardinal red featured prominently, the academic excellence matching his own scholarly standards, the golf program strong enough to continue his competitive development. "Education first," Tiger reminded him. "Golf will always be there." Earl nodded in agreement, though his eyes held a different calculation, one that measured time frames, opportunities, windows that wouldn't remain open indefinitely. The balance between amateur development and professional potential was becoming more complex, the decisions more consequential. In the final tournament of 1993, Tiger stood over a 6-foot putt on the 18th green, the gallery larger now than it had been 2 years earlier at Bay Hill. The silence was total, the tension palpable. He went through his routine. The practiced looks, the precise setup, the controlled breathing, and stroked the ball with confident smoothness. The sound of success, the soft rattle of ball against cup punctuated another victory, another step along the path that was becoming clearer with each passing tournament. In the fading light of the California afternoon, Tiger Woods remained what he had been becoming since those first swings in the garage net, a study in deliberate excellence, a pioneer of possibility. The wealth would come later, in sums that would transform not just his life, but his sport. For now, though, the richness was in the foundation being built, stone by stone, swing by swing, victory by victory. The blueprint was taking shape, visible to those who understood what they were witnessing, not just a talented teenager, but the architecture of dominance being constructed before their eyes. The California sun cast long shadows across the Stanford campus as Tiger Woods walked between stately sandstone buildings. Fall 1994, his freshman year. The air carried the scent of eucalyptus and possibility, a fragrance that seemed to follow the 19-year-old wherever he went. His economics textbook weighed heavily in his backpack, though not as heavily as expectation. "You settling in all right?" Coach Wally Goodwin asked, falling into step beside him. The older man's weathered face creased with genuine concern. "Yes, sir," Tiger replied. His voice was soft but certain, the way he'd been taught, just getting used to balancing everything. Goodwin nodded, understanding the delicate equilibrium of academics and athletics that all his players navigated, though none quite like this one. "Your swing looked tight this morning. You're thinking too much." Tiger smiled slightly. "I'm always thinking too much. That's what my dad says." "Well, your father's a smart man." Goodwin paused near the shade of an oak tree. "But remember why you're here. Stanford's about growing the whole person. The golf will come." They both knew it wasn't that simple. Stanford was certainly about education. Tiger's economics major would teach him about markets and value, but for him it was also strategic positioning. A prestigious university added gravity to his narrative, countering the child prodigy label with intellectual legitimacy. "I'll see you at practice tomorrow," Goodwin said, patting Tiger's shoulder before walking away. And Tiger tried to enjoy it, even just a little. The young golfer nodded, though enjoyment had never been the point. Nights in his dorm room were quiet affairs. While other freshmen discovered the rhythms of collegiate social life, Tiger studied or called his parents. Earl and Coltita Woods had shaped every aspect of his development, sculpting not just a golfer but a phenomenon. How was practice? Earl's voice crackled through the phone, distance doing nothing to diminish its authority. Good. Working on my approach shots. The greens here are different, slower than what I'm used to. Adapt, Earl said simply. A former Green Beret, he'd instilled military discipline in his son from the beginning. You're not there just to play college golf. All I know, Dad. The U.S. Amateur is coming. That's where you make your statement. Tiger glanced at his calendar where the tournament dates were circled in red. The U.S. Amateur Championship, the most prestigious non-professional tournament in American golf. Tiger had been preparing for it his entire life. I'm ready, he said, and in the silence that followed, both men understood the weight of those two words. TPC Sawgrass loomed before him in the August heat of 1994, its infamous 17th Island green, an emerald jewel surrounded by water that had drowned countless professional hopes. But Tiger wasn't thinking about failure as he stood on the tee of the final match of the U.S. Amateur Championship. At 18, he was poised to become the youngest champion in the tournament's history. His opponent, Trip Queen, was a formidable collegiate player, but Tiger had developed something beyond talent, a predatory calm that descended in crucial moments. 6. Down after the morning round, Tiger had methodically dismantled that lead throughout the afternoon. Now, with shadows lengthening across the course, he stood one up with 2 holes to play. You've got this, whispered Mike Fluff, Cowan, the caddy who'd agreed to work with him for this tournament. Just like we discussed. Tiger nodded, his mind a quiet calculation of wind, distance, and angle. The gallery watched in silence as he addressed the ball, his swing a liquid harmony of power and precision. The ball arced against the Florida sky, landing softly on the island, green safe, controlled, inevitable. Queen's shot followed, finding the green as well, but the pressure was mounting. 2 putts later, Tiger secured his par. When Queen's birdie attempt slid past, Tiger Woods became the youngest U.S. amateur champion in history. In the gallery, Earl Woods watched with military stillness, only his eyes betraying emotion. The first step in a carefully orchestrated campaign had been executed perfectly. The Masters in April 1995 was meant to be another coronation. Augusta National, with its azaleas and perfectly manicured fairways, represented golf's inner sanctum, a place that had admitted its first black member only 5 years earlier. Now Tiger Woods, the U.S. amateur champion, would walk these hallowed grounds. But Augusta proved less accommodating than expected. The greens, slick as glass and full of subtle breaks, confounded him. The pressure, not just of competition but of representation, weighed on his shoulders. After 2 difficult rounds, Tiger missed the cut by 5 strokes. The locker room was quiet as he packed his things, the silence broken only by the occasional murmur of other players. Missing a cut was an ordinary professional disappointment, but for Tiger it crystallized into something more profound, an obsession. Later, sitting alone in his hotel room, he called home. I failed, he said simply when his father answered. No, Earl replied after a moment. You gathered information. Now you use it. Tiger stared out the window at the Georgia pines swaying in the evening breeze. I'm coming back here, and when I do, I'm going to win. It wasn't bravado, but calculation, the kind of certainty that came from someone who had been preparing for these moments since he could walk. The missed cut at Augusta wasn't a derailment, but a recalibration. Stanford's 1996 NCAA championship was a validation of Coach Goodwin's program and Tiger's growing mastery. While his teammates celebrated, Tiger's mind was already shifting toward the machinery of what would come next. The professional world waited, and with it, an economic opportunity unprecedented in golf. His dorm room had become a sort of tactical headquarters. On the desk lay economics textbooks alongside offers from management companies and potential sponsors. IMG's Hughes Norton had been particularly persistent, outlining a vision that extended far beyond tournament purses. "You understand what you're worth?" Norton had asked during one of their meetings. Tiger nodded. His economics courses had taught him about market forces, and he represented something the market had never seen, a barrier-breaking talent with multicultural appeal and a competitive intensity that evoked Michael Jordan. "It's not just about golf," Norton continued. "It's about transforming the entire landscape." Tiger didn't respond immediately. He'd been trained since childhood to consider angles, to look several moves ahead on the chessboard. The professional tour wasn't simply the next level of competition, it was the platform from which everything else would launch. The summer of 1996 unfolded like a carefully orchestrated symphony. In August, Tiger won his third consecutive U.S. Amateur Championship, a feat no one had achieved before. The victory at Pumpkin Ridge Golf Club near Portland was the final credential of his amateur career, the last piece of evidence needed before the next step. 6 days later, on August 27, 1996, Tiger Woods stood before cameras at the Greater Milwaukee Open. Dressed in a tailored suit, he appeared not as a golf prodigy, but as a corporate entity preparing to announce its initial public offering. "I guess, hello world," he said, the carefully scripted line launching both a Nike campaign and a professional career. The endorsement deals had already been negotiated, approximately $40 million from Nike over 5 years and $20 million from Titleist, staggering sums for a player who had yet to earn his first professional dollar. Behind the scenes, the infrastructure was taking shape. ETW Corporation was formed to manage his business interests. His team had already begun planning a move to Florida, where the absence of state income tax would provide a significant financial advantage. The TGR Foundation was established, laying groundwork for philanthropic efforts that would enhance his brand while creating genuine social impact. Mark Steinberg, an IMG agent who would eventually become Tiger's most trusted business advisor, observed from the periphery, studying the operation that he would one day help direct. The machinery was sophisticated, the planning meticulous. Phil Knight, Nike's founder, leaned back in his chair at the company's Beaverton headquarters, watching the reaction to Tiger's professional debut. The Hello World campaign was deliberately provocative, addressing race in ways that golf's traditional sponsors would never attempt. "The phones haven't stopped ringing," an executive reported. "Some people are furious." Knight smiled slightly. "And the sales projections?" "Off the charts. The specialty retailers are already placing orders for products we haven't even finalized yet." Nike had built its empire on basketball and running. Golf had been a distant consideration, a conservative, tradition-bound sport that seemed at odds with Nike's edgy persona. But Tiger Woods represented a convergence of athletic excellence and cultural disruption that perfectly aligned with the company's ethos. "He's going to change everything," Knight said. "Not just golf. Everything." The Las Vegas Invitational in October 1996 was Tiger's 5th professional start. The neon-lit strip seemed an appropriate backdrop for a career that was already blurring the line between sport and entertainment. Through 4 rounds and part of a 5th, he battled Davis Love 3, finally securing his first professional victory in a playoff. The winner's check of $297,000 represented a substantial sum, though it was a fraction of what he'd already earned through endorsements. Still, the victory mattered, not for the money but for the validation. The commercial empire being built around him required a foundation of competitive excellence. Later that evening, in the privacy of his hotel suite, Tiger called his father. "Congratulations, son," Earl said, his voice carrying across the miles. "How does it feel?" Tiger paused, considering the question. "It feels like the beginning," he finally replied. Both men understood what he meant. The victory in Las Vegas wasn't an endpoint, but the first note in a composition that would span decades. The machinery was now fully engaged. ETW Corporation managing the business, IMG handling the negotiations, Nike and Titleist converting his talent into commercial power. As night fell over the Nevada desert, Tiger Woods stood at his hotel window, looking out at the glittering cityscape. At 20 years old, he had already built the foundation of a business empire while redefining what an athlete could be worth. Stanford's economics department couldn't have designed a better case study. The tournaments, the endorsements, the carefully crafted image, all of it would converge in the years ahead. But for now, in this quiet moment between what had been and what would be, Tiger allowed himself a rare moment of reflection. The plan was working. The future, meticulously mapped since childhood, was unfolding according to design. There would be obstacles and adjustments, certainly. Augusta National still waited, a debt yet to be settled. But the architecture was sound, the foundation secure. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and opportunities. Tonight, however, belonged to the first professional victory, a milestone that marked not just a tournament won, but the successful launch of an enterprise unlike anything golf had seen before. Outside, the Las Vegas night pulsed with light and possibility, a fitting metaphor for a career that was just beginning to reveal its true dimensions. The green jacket felt warm against his shoulders, a foreign sensation he'd been chasing since childhood. 21-year-old Tiger Woods stood on Augusta National's 18th green as afternoon shadows stretched across the manicured Bermuda grass. The weight of the moment settled upon him. 12 strokes ahead of his nearest competitor, a margin so vast it seemed to bend the mathematics of the game itself. "How does it feel?" whispered his father Earl, voice roughened by emotion, as they embraced after the final putt dropped. Tiger's reply was simple: "This is just the beginning." April 1997. America was riding high on tech stocks and consumer confidence. The Clinton administration boasted a budget surplus. Nike logos were conquering every corner of the globe. And Tiger Woods had just detonated the genteel world of golf with seismic force. In his hotel suite that evening, he sat quietly with his small inner circle. The television flickered with replays of his victory. Every major newspaper would feature him tomorrow. His mother, Coltita, adjusted his collar with practiced fingers as a photographer captured the moment. Tiger, with his new green jacket, the first black and Asian champion in Augusta National's history. "They're calling it the most important sports victory since Jackie Robinson," said his agent Mark Steinberg, scanning a preliminary news report. "The phones haven't stopped ringing." Tiger nodded, his expression betraying little. He had been preparing for this crossroads his entire life, and now the theoretical had become tangible. He would transform from athlete to enterprise overnight. "The Nike executives want to move on the Hello World campaign expansion immediately," Steinberg continued. "The numbers they're projecting." He let out a low whistle. "What about my schedule?" Tiger asked, his mind already recalibrating for what came next. Appearance requests from overseas, Japan, Germany, Thailand. They're offering numbers we've never seen before, 3 million just to show up. The economics were staggering. Tournament purses were substantial. Tiger had earned $486,000 for his Masters victory. but they were a fraction of what endorsements and appearance fees would generate. His financial model was 90% margins once you subtracted his small staff and agency fees. The velocity of wealth creation had no precedent in golf. "And Augusta?" Tiger asked quietly. His father understood the unspoken question. Augusta National, despite its patrician beauty, carried complicated history. Black members were only recently admitted. Black caddies had been the norm until the late 1970s. Tiger's victory had forced a reckoning with the sport's exclusionary past. "They're shell-shocked," Earl said with a subtle smile. "But they'll adapt. They have no choice now." By autumn of 1997, Tiger's carefully managed empire was expanding at a pace that made even veteran sports marketers dizzy. In his Orlando home office, surrounded by trophies and contracts awaiting signature, Tiger examined spreadsheets detailing his growing portfolio. Nike had committed $40 million over 5 years. American Express, another $30 million. Titleist, $20 million for equipment. The figures had seemed abstract when first negotiated. Now they were manifesting as wealth that flowed in regardless of whether he made a putt or missed a fairway. His phone rang. Oprah Winfrey's production team confirming his appearance the following week. "Remember, they'll want to focus on the racial barrier aspect," cautioned his media trainer, reviewing talking points. Tiger nodded, though a sense of unease lingered. The public narrative framed him primarily as breaking racial barriers as a black champion, but his identity was more complex. His father was African American with Native American ancestry, his mother Thai with Chinese heritage. The lexicon of American racial discourse left little room for such nuance. "I'm thinking of using a term," Tiger said. "Cablinasian. It covers who I am. Caucasian, Black, Indian, Asian." His media team exchanged glances. "It's accurate," Tiger insisted, "but they'll only hear what they want to hear." When the Oprah interview aired, his Cablinasian self-description sparked immediate debate. Some black commentators expressed disappointment. Others defended his right to self-define. Thai media celebrated him as one of their own. The discussion revealed America's limited vocabulary around multiracial identity in 1997. What Tiger understood but few others grasped was that his brand transcended conventional categorization. Nike's research showed he appealed across demographics, the perfect vessel for global marketing. His calculated media presence, soft-spoken, composed, thoughtful, made him the ideal corporate ambassador. "Again," Tiger told the Titleist representative, examining the driver head angle under the bright lights of the testing facility. It was November 1997. Outside, Florida humidity wrapped the building like a warm towel. Inside, Tiger was methodically working through equipment adjustments with scientific precision. His schedule had become a testament to discipline. 2 workout sessions daily, morning and afternoon, at a range time. Course strategy. Video analysis that stretched late into the night. His diet was calibrated for performance. His sleep monitored. His media appearances rationed like precious resources. The industrial precision of his routine yielded unprecedented results. He had won 4 PGA Tour events since the Masters. Television ratings spiked 100% when he played. Tournament organizers restructured their financial models around the Tiger effect. "Your EA Sports game prototype is ready for review," his business manager mentioned between equipment testing sessions. Tiger nodded. The video game would eventually sell over 25 million copies, introducing a generation to golf through digital means. Each licensing deal, each sponsored appearance, each tournament victory reinforced a virtuous cycle that seemed unstoppable. That evening, reviewing swing footage frame by frame, Tiger received a call from his foundation director. Since launching his TGR Foundation earlier that year, he had been refining its focus. "The youth clinic in Los Angeles exceeded capacity," she reported, "but I'm thinking we should shift toward education programs." STEM focus. Tiger agreed. He envisioned the foundation as his most enduring legacy, something beyond trophies and balance sheets. The early programming reflected his pragmatic philosophy, opportunity through education, not mere inspiration through presence. "Set up the meetings," he said. "We'll redirect resources where they have measurable impact." Christmas, 1997. The Woods family gathered at Tiger's new residence, a significant upgrade from the modest Cypress, California home of his childhood. His father, Earl, examined the property with the pride of a man whose strategic vision was being validated in real time. "Remember hitting into that garage net?" Earl asked, gesturing toward the expansive practice facility Tiger had installed. Tiger smiled. "I remember the neighbors complaining about the noise." The contrast was stark. From garage nets to personal practice facilities, from driving to tournaments in the family car to private air travel, from junior trophies to the green jacket hanging in a climate-controlled closet. His mother, Kultida, maintained her Buddhist equilibrium amidst the transformation. "Money changes what you can do," she reminded him quietly, "not who you are." As 1998 began, Tiger faced the challenges of his sophomore season as a professional. Expectations had recalibrated after his Masters victory. Anything less than domination would be framed as disappointment. The media scrutiny intensified. Columnists analyzed his every expression, his every club selection. The Tiger they portrayed was often a projection, either superhuman or deeply symbolic, rarely fully human. After a tournament in Phoenix where record crowds had strained security protocols, Tiger sat with Steinberg reviewing international commitments. "Dubai's offering $3 million for 3 days," Steinberg said. "Thailand wants you back. Japan's bid is even higher." The global marketplace valued his presence at extraordinary rates. Tiger's appearance transformed tournaments from regional events to international spectacles. Television contracts expanded. Hospitality tents sold out. His Sunday red shirt had become iconic visual shorthand. "What about Augusta preparations?" Tiger asked. The 1998 Masters loomed as his first title defense. He had restructured his entire spring schedule around peak performance for that single week in April. The green jacket represented not just a championship, but validation of his entire model. The training, the focus, the commercial strategy. March 1998. The Florida swing of the PGA Tour brought Tiger back to familiar territory. At the Bay Hill tournament, he spotted Arnold Palmer watching from behind the 18th green. Palmer, golf's first television star and marketing pioneer, had created the template. Tiger was now expanding exponentially. The 68-year-old legend approached him after the round. "Quite a world you're creating, young man," Palmer said with his characteristic charm. Tiger nodded respectfully. "Just trying to make the most of opportunities, Mr. Palmer." "Arnold," Palmer corrected. "You're changing how this game operates. Some of the old guard are still adjusting." That evening, Tiger reviewed documents detailing his first full year's earnings. The numbers were staggering, over $20 million, with tournament prize money accounting for less than 10% of the total. His business team had structured deals to minimize risk exposure. His image rights were carefully controlled. His schedule optimized for maximum value and competitive readiness. The 1998 Masters approached with ceremonial weight. Tiger's Sunday red Nike shirt had become a cultural touchstone, the embodiment of calculated excellence. Augusta National, despite its traditional veneer, had adapted to accommodate the tiger phenomenon. Media credentials had doubled. Corporate hospitality had expanded. The economics of the tournament had been rewritten. Rain fell across Georgia as Tiger arrived for practice rounds. The defending champion walked the grounds with the quiet confidence of someone who had methodically prepared for this moment. His swing, his mind, his brand, his infrastructure, all aligned for sustained success. In the champion's locker room, where green jackets hung with reverent care, Tiger touched the sleeve of his own. The previous year's victory had been a statement. This year would be about establishing the pattern that would define a career. That evening, reviewing course strategy with his team, Tiger received data from Nike about global shirt sales. His Sunday Red had become a commercial force unto itself, authentic yet manufactured, personal yet massively scalable. "It's remarkable how much has changed in a year," Steinberg observed. Tiger nodded, his expression measured as always. This is still just the beginning. Outside, Augusta National's manicured grounds glistened under security lights. Inside, the mathematics of modern sports marketing were being rewritten by a 22-year-old who had transformed himself from prodigy to corporation. The wealth generated was unprecedented, but the true revolution was structural. Tiger had fundamentally altered how athletic excellence converted to economic power. The next morning, he would step onto Augusta's first tee as defending champion. The expectations would be immense. The scrutiny would be microscopic. The commercial machinery would be humming at maximum efficiency. Tiger Woods, master of his universe at 22, closed his yardage book and prepared for sleep. Tomorrow would simply be another calculated step in a journey he had been mapping since childhood. A journey that was redefining not just a sport, but the very business of being transcendent. The gallery fell silent as he addressed the ball, a ritual that had become as familiar to them as the crimson shirt that adorned his frame each Sunday. Augusta National's 18th green stretched before him like an emerald canvas, awaiting the final brushstroke of a masterpiece. Tiger Woods stood perfectly still, the weight of history balanced on the edge of his putter. It was April 2001. The warm Georgia afternoon hung heavy with potential as Tiger sized up the 12-foot putt that would complete what journalists had already dubbed the Tiger Slam. 4 consecutive major championships held simultaneously, albeit across 2 seasons. Not a grand slam in the purest sense, but something perhaps more remarkable in its sustained brilliance. Behind his composed exterior, Tiger's mind calculated angles and breaks with computer-like precision. The wealth he had accumulated, now well into 9 figures between tournament winnings and unprecedented endorsement deals, seemed distant and irrelevant in this moment. What mattered was the putt, the ball, the cup. The simplicity of the game stripped to its essence. "He's got that look," whispered Steve Williams, Tiger's steadfast caddy, to a nearby official. "When he gets that look, everybody else is playing for second." The putt dropped. The crowd erupted. Tiger raised his arms skyward in a gesture that would be captured on front pages worldwide the next morning. Another milestone. Another page in a story that seemed to have no ceiling. Later that evening, in the quiet confines of the champion's locker room, Tiger sat alone for a moment. The green jacket, his second, hung perfectly tailored across his shoulders. At 25 years old, he had accomplished what legends like Nicklaus, Palmer, and Player had never managed, holding all 4 major championships simultaneously. Mr. Woods, a butler, appeared at the doorway. "Your car is ready whenever you are, sir." Tiger nodded, that practiced smile appearing briefly. "Thank you, I'll be right out." When the door closed, he allowed himself a rare moment of reflection. The disciplined routine that Earl, his father, had instilled in him since childhood had crystallized into something approaching perfection. The biomechanical revolution he had brought to golf, treating it as an athletic endeavor requiring strength, flexibility, and explosive power, had changed the sport forever. The previous summer at St. Teen Bales had synced from all. Andrews, he had completed the career Grand Slam at just 24, becoming the youngest ever to do so. Then Valhalla for the PGA Championship, followed by the U.S. Open, and now Augusta. 4 in a row. A feat many considered impossible in the modern era of specialized course setups and deepening talent pools. His phone buzzed. A text from his financial advisor, the Nike contract extension was finalized. Numbers beyond what any golfer had ever commanded. The EA Sports franchise bearing his name was setting sales records with each new iteration. His global appearance fees now approached $3 million per event, more than most players earned in an entire season. Tiger slipped the phone back into his pocket. Money was merely the scoreboard of value created, not the purpose itself. The purpose was excellence, perfection, the endless pursuit of a standard that receded like the horizon with each step forward. As he left the clubhouse, Mark Steinberg, his agent, fell in step beside him. "Congratulations, Tiger. The international requests are pouring in. Japan, Dubai, Germany, they'll pay whatever you ask." Tiger nodded, his mind already shifting to the practice schedule for the following week. "What about the foundation? How's the learning center concept coming along?" "The architects delivered preliminary designs yesterday. It's going to revolutionize what a golf foundation can do. STEM programs, college prep, career development, way beyond just introducing kids to golf." They reached the black Cadillac Escalade waiting in the circular drive. A small crowd of patrons had gathered behind the security rope hoping for an autograph, acknowledgement, anything to connect them to the phenomenon that was Tiger Woods. Tiger signed a few caps, programmed his smile, and slipped into the vehicle's quiet interior. "Did Titleist call about the ball contract?" he asked Steinberg as they pulled away. "They know you're listening to Nike's offer. They're nervous." A slight smile crossed Tiger's face. The equipment transition would be calculated, deliberate. Each club, each component would be tested exhaustively before it entered his bag. The golf ball alone represented millions in potential revenue, and strokes gained or lost on the scorecard. "And the property in Jupiter Island?" Tiger asked. The seller accepted. 10 acres, complete privacy, ocean frontage. "We can break ground whenever you're ready." Tiger nodded, gazing out the window as Augusta's manicured grounds gave way to the ordinary world beyond its gates. Privacy had become increasingly precious as his celebrity grew. The plans for the yacht, which he intended to name Privacy, were well underway. A floating sanctuary where the constant scrutiny could be escaped, if only temporarily. Back at the rental house that evening, Tiger reviewed the statistics from the tournament on his laptop. The pursuit of measurable perfection, driving accuracy, greens in regulation, putts per round, was a compulsion that drove him forward. In a sport where progress came in increments of a stroke here, half a stroke there, Tiger's analytical approach separated him from competitors still relying on feel and tradition. David Duval, the stoic competitor who had briefly held the world #1 ranking before Tiger's ascendance, had shot a respectable tournament but never threatened the lead. Their rivalry, such as it was, seemed increasingly one-sided. Sergio Garcia, the young Spaniard who had challenged Tiger at the 1999 PGA Championship with scissors kick enthusiasm, had also faded from contention after a promising start. Tiger closed the laptop and walked to the window. His dominance had created a psychological barrier that few could overcome. They weren't just playing against his skill, they were playing against his aura, his reputation, the weight of inevitability that settled over a tournament when his name appeared near the top of the leaderboard. The ringing phone interrupted his thoughts. It was his father, Earl, calling from California. "I watched it all, son." Earl's voice carried the mixture of pride and expectation that had shaped their relationship since Tiger first swung a cut-down club as a toddler. "You're rewriting the book." "Thanks, Pop," Tiger replied. The military discipline Earl had instilled never fully absent from their interactions, just following the plan. 4 majors at once. "Your mother and I," Earl's voice caught slightly, "we always knew, but seeing it happen." They talked briefly about technical adjustments, mental approach, the schedule ahead. Earl, though geographically distant, remained a constant presence in Tiger's competitive architecture, the voice that had whispered distractions during childhood practice sessions to build unshakable focus, the strategist who had helped map out a career trajectory unprecedented in its ambition. After ending the call, Tiger moved through his evening routine with characteristic precision. The disciplined schedule, from meals to stretching to sleep, was non-negotiable, a system built to extract maximum performance from mind and body. Morning came early, as it always did. Pre-dawn workout sessions had become legendary among tour players, many of whom were now scrambling to adapt to the physical standard Tiger had established. The fitness trailer that traveled with the PGA Tour, once a rarely visited curiosity, now required waiting lists at tournaments as players recognized that the game had changed fundamentally. Butch Harmon, Tiger's swing coach since the mid-90s, met him at the local driving range shortly after sunrise. Their relationship had produced the technical foundation for Tiger's dominance, though rumors of strain occasionally appeared in golf publications. "Let's see where we are," Harmon said, setting up the video camera. The sequencing looked a little off on Sunday. Tiger hit a series of 7 irons, each ball landing within a tight pattern 172 yards away. The methodical pursuit of mechanical perfection continued regardless of results, victories, or accolades. There was always something to improve, some inefficiency to eliminate. "There," Harmon pointed to the replay. "You're getting a little steep in transition. Let's work on shallowing that out." For 2 hours, they refined minute details invisible to the casual observer. This was the unseen foundation of dominance, the endless hours of technical work that made the Sunday heroics possible. As they finished, Tiger checked his watch. "I need to call Phil Knight back," he said, referencing Nike's founder. "They want to discuss the equipment rollout schedule." Harmon nodded, understanding that Tiger's empire extended far beyond the golf course. "The tour's getting nervous about all the course modifications," he mentioned as they packed up. "Augusta adding length, Torrey Pines stretching holes. They're calling it tiger-proofing." A smile flickered across Tiger's face. "They can't make them long enough." The rest of the day unfolded with the structured precision that characterized Tiger's life. A meeting with Foundation executives to review educational programs that would eventually evolve into the TGR Learning Lab. A conference call with yacht designers finalizing details of the vessel that would become his floating sanctuary. A review of investment opportunities with his financial team. That evening, alone in the hotel suite, Tiger allowed himself a rare moment of retrospection. The weeks at World Number 1 were accumulating toward what would eventually become an all-time record of 683. The tournament victories were stacking up at a pace that threatened Nicklaus's records much earlier than even Tiger had projected in the career plan developed with his father. On the television, financial news reported the continuing tremors of the dot-com bubble's burst. The economic landscape was shifting, but Tiger's commercial empire seemed insulated diversified across sectors and geographies in a way that transcended market fluctuations. He turned off the TV and opened his tournament schedule. The methodical pursuit would continue next week, and the week after that. The next major, the next record, the next mountain to climb. In the silent room, Tiger Woods, businessman, athlete, global icon, returned to being simply a competitor preparing for battle. The wealth, the yacht plans, the learning centers, the equipment contracts, all were consequences of excellence, not its purpose. The purpose remained what it had always been, to be the best that ever played the game. As the night deepened outside his window, Tiger reviewed his putting alignment drills one more time before sleep. Tomorrow would bring another dawn, another practice session, another step in the endless pursuit of perfection. The Tiger Slam was complete, but in his mind, the journey had barely begun. There were still fairways to conquer, records to break, standards to redefine. The wealth would follow, as it always had, but first came the work. The January sun slipped behind the clouds as Tiger Woods stood at the edge of the practice green at Isleworth, his home course outside Orlando. It was 2002, and at 26 he possessed what every other professional golfer coveted: 4 consecutive major championships, unprecedented corporate partnerships, and an aura of invincibility that made galleries swell and television ratings spike. Whenever he appeared on Sunday leaderboards, his caddy, Steve Williams, watched from a respectful distance as Tiger rolled putt after putt, the rhythmic click of ball against putter, head forming a metronome to his concentration. The air hung heavy with humidity, the scent of freshly cut Bermuda grass mingling with the earthy wetness of Florida in winter. 3 more, and we'll call it, Tiger said, not looking up. Williams checked his watch. Your meeting with the IMG guys is in 45. Tiger nodded almost imperceptibly, sinking the next 3 putts in succession, each from 20 feet, each tracing the same perfect arc into the center of the cup. The precision wasn't coincidental. It was the product of thousands of hours of focused repetition. In the Isleworth clubhouse, Mark Steinberg waited with a leather portfolio. Steinberg, Tiger's agent since 1998, had been instrumental in building what industry insiders were now calling Tiger Inc., a corporate architecture as sophisticated as the swing that had dominated golf for the past 3 seasons. The Nike renewal is locked in, Steinberg said when Tiger arrived, sliding a document across the polished mahogany table. We've structured it with escalators based on major wins, and the back-end equity triggers are better than we discussed. Tiger scanned the figures, his eyes settling on the 9-digit number at the bottom of the page. There was a time not long ago when figures like this would have seemed impossible in golf. Now they were merely the framework of his commercial empire. What about American Express? Tiger asked, his voice low and deliberate. 10-year deal, minimum guarantees plus performance bonuses. The creative control clause is ironclad. Nothing goes out without your approval. Tiger nodded, satisfied. The control was as important as the compensation. Later that evening, alone in his Isleworth home, Tiger called Elin Nordegren, the Swedish former model he had been dating since being introduced at the 2001 Open Championship by Swedish golfer Jesper Parnevik. How was Stockholm? He asked, stretching out on his sofa, phone pressed to his ear. Cold, Ellen replied, her voice carrying a slight accent that Tiger found endearing. My parents ask about you. Tell them I'm surviving Florida's brutal winter, he said, glancing out at the swimming pool illuminated in the gathering dusk. 75 degrees today. They talked for an hour about her modeling work, about the tournaments on his schedule, about the house. He'd been thinking more about permanence lately, about foundations in every sense of the word. At 26, with 10 PGA Tour wins already secured in 2002, he was building an architecture for his life that extended far beyond golf. "I miss you," he said before hanging up. The words came easier now than they once had. The next morning, Tiger sat in a meeting with the board of the Tiger Woods Foundation, reviewing plans for educational programs and the learning center being developed in Southern California. Earl Woods, Tiger's father and the foundation's co-founder, participated by speakerphone, his voice weaker than in years past, but his vision for the foundation's impact unchanged. "These kids need more than golf clinics," Earl said. "They need education, opportunity, mentorship." Tiger nodded, making notes on the financial projections. The foundation had evolved from Earl's original concept of introducing underprivileged youth to golf into something more substantive, a vehicle for educational opportunity with a particular focus on STEM programs. "We need to think 20 years ahead," Tiger said, addressing the board. "This isn't about quick publicity or tax write-offs. It's about systemic change." The room nodded in agreement. Tiger's approach to philanthropy mirrored his approach to his career, methodical, long-term, focused on fundamentals rather than flash. As 2003 began, Tiger found himself in a rare competitive adjustment period. The swing changes he'd begun implementing with coach Butch Harmon were producing inconsistent results, and for the first time since turning professional, he'd gone a full calendar year without winning a major championship. "The media are starting to write the slumps narrative," Steinberg warned during a strategy call from the IMG offices in Cleveland. Tiger sat at his desk, phone cradled against his shoulder as he reviewed architectural plans for the Jupiter Island property he was considering purchasing. Florida made sense. No state income tax, year-round training weather, privacy. "Let them write it," Tiger replied. "They'll need new material by April." April meant Augusta, the Masters, and Tiger's prediction proved accurate. Though he didn't win, finishing tied for 15th, Steinberg noted that the slump discussion had been shelved as other narratives emerged about the tournament. "The focus has shifted to preparation for the U.S. Open," Steinberg said during their debrief. "But we should think about how to manage expectations if the majors don't produce wins this year." Tiger nodded, though the concept of planning for continued competitive disappointment felt foreign to him. Since childhood, Earl had instilled in him the expectation of winning, had conditioned his responses to pressure through psychological tactics that still guided Tiger's approach to competition. "I'm not concerned," Tiger said finally. "The swing changes will pay off. It's just a matter of time." By mid-2003, Tiger's relationship with Ellen had deepened, and he found himself contemplating marriage with the same strategic thoroughness he applied to course management. They spent time together at Isleworth between tournaments, their lives increasingly intertwined despite her modeling commitments and his global schedule. During a rare weekend off, Tiger invited his friend Michael Jordan to play a round at Isleworth. The basketball legend had retired for the third and final time earlier that year, and the two men found common ground in their competitive mindsets, their experience with global fame, and the isolation that accompanied their success. "How are you handling the spotlight these days?" Jordan asked as they walked down the 10th fairway, away from their caddies and the small entourage that accompanied Jordan even in retirement. "Same as always," Tiger replied. "Keep the circle small, control what gets out." Jordan nodded. "That Swedish girl seems good for you." Grounded. Tiger smiled slightly. "She doesn't care about any of this," he said, gesturing to the trappings of wealth that surrounded them at Isleworth. "That's rare." "Rarer than you think," Jordan said. "Make sure you protect that. And her." The conversation shifted to business. Jordan offering insights from his own experience building a global brand, Tiger absorbing the wisdom of someone who had navigated these waters before him. "Nike wants to launch a Tiger-specific brand," Tiger said as they approached the green, "like what you did with the Jumpman logo." "Smart," Jordan replied, "but make sure the contracts give you control over how it's used. I learned that lesson the hard way." In the fall of 2003, Tiger made the difficult decision to end his professional relationship with Butch Harmon, the coach who had helped him revolutionize his swing after turning professional. The split was amicable on the surface, but industry insiders recognized it as a significant inflection point in Tiger's career. "I need a fresh perspective," Tiger explained to Steinberg as they discussed the public relations strategy for announcing the change. "Butch has been great, but I think we've taken the current approach as far as we can." Steinberg nodded, making notes. "We'll need to be careful about how this is positioned. You've had tremendous success with Butch, 14 majors combined between you and your fellow Harmon students." "It's not about results," Tiger said. "It's about evolution." By early 2004, Tiger had begun working with Hank Haney, a coach with a different approach to the swing mechanics that had made Tiger the most dominant force in golf. The transition was challenging, with Tiger's results reflecting the adjustment period that accompanied any significant technical change. "Trust the process," Haney told him during a practice session at Isleworth in March 2004. "The goal isn't perfection tomorrow, it's sustainability for the next decade." Tiger nodded, his focus absolute as he worked through the drills Haney had prescribed. The swing changes were designed to reduce stress on his left knee, which had required surgery in December 2002. At 28, Tiger was thinking about longevity, how to extend his prime years beyond what conventional wisdom suggested was possible for a golfer. In October 2004, Tiger and Elin were married in a private ceremony at the Sandy Lane Resort in Barbados. The wedding reflected Tiger's approach to his public image: exclusive, controlled, with no media access and security tight enough to ensure privacy. The guest list included Michael Jordan, Charles Barkley, and other celebrities who understood the unique pressures of fame. Oprah Winfrey sent a gift but did not attend. The ceremony took place at sunset, with the Caribbean providing a stunning backdrop as Tiger and Elin exchanged vows. "I never thought I'd see this day," Earl Woods told his son at the reception, his eyes damp with emotion. "Your mother and I are so proud of the man you've become." Tiger embraced his father, acutely aware of Earl's weakening health and the limited time they might have left together. For all his competitive intensity and corporate discipline, Tiger's relationship with his parents remained the emotional cornerstone of his life. As 2004 drew to a close, Tiger and Ellen settled into their life together at Isleworth, with plans progressing for the Jupiter Island compound that would eventually become their primary residence. The property acquisitions had been handled with typical Tiger precision. Multiple parcels assembled to create a secluded waterfront estate with room for a personal practice facility. On a December evening, Tiger sat in his home office, reviewing the year-end financial reports from ETW Corporation, the entity that managed his licensing and appearance income. The corporate infrastructure had been streamlined under Steinberg's guidance, with long-term deals structured to provide stability regardless of tournament results. Ellen appeared in the doorway, a glass of wine in her hand. "Still working?" she asked, her voice soft in the quiet of the house. Tiger looked up, offering a rare smile that transformed his intensity into warmth. "Just finishing. How was your day?" She entered the room, sitting on the arm of his chair. "I spoke with the designers about the Jupiter house. They want to review the plans for the practice area." Tiger nodded, his arm slipping around her waist. "We should fly down there next week, see the progress firsthand." From the outside, Tiger Woods appeared to have everything: unprecedented success in his sport, financial security beyond imagination, a beautiful wife, and a carefully constructed public image that made him one of the most marketable athletes in history. The empire he had built since turning professional in 1996 was reaching maturity, with diversified revenue streams and long-term strategic planning underpinning every decision. Yet even as he consolidated his position atop the golfing world and constructed the personal infrastructure that would define his next decade, Tiger remained in many ways the same intensely private, competitively driven person Earl Woods had shaped. Love from childhood. The wealth, the fame, the global recognition, these were byproducts of the pursuit of excellence that had always been his true focus. As he stood on his practice green at Isleworth on the final evening of 2004, rolling putts in the gathering darkness, Tiger reflected on the year behind and the challenges ahead. The swing changes with Haney were progressing. His marriage to Ellen provided a foundation of personal stability, and the business architecture supporting his career had never been more robust. The journey from child prodigy to global icon had been meticulously planned and executed, each step building on the one before it. Now, at 29, Tiger Woods stood at the center of an empire of his own making, in control, focused on the horizon, and still hungry for the achievements that lay ahead. The summer sun hung low over Torrey Pines as Tiger Woods stood on the 18th green, his face a mask of calculated focus that betrayed nothing of the excruciating pain radiating from his left leg. The gallery surrounding him was a sea of hushed anticipation, thousands of spectators collectively holding their breath. The 2008 U.S. Open had come down to this moment, a 12-foot putt that would force a playoff with Rocco Mediate. Time seemed to slow as Tiger's putter connected with the ball. The crowd watched it roll, break, and finally drop into the cup. The roar that followed shattered the coastal California silence, echoing across the cliffs and out to sea. Tiger's reaction, a primal double-fist pump, would become one of golf's most iconic images. What the cameras couldn't capture was the fracture in his tibia and the torn ligaments in his knee. What they couldn't know was that this would be the last major of his imperial phase. In the quiet of his hotel room later that night, Tiger carefully elevated his leg, wincing as he reached for his phone. He dialed his mother, Tida. "I got it done," he said simply. "I know," Tida replied. "Your father would be proud." Tiger closed his eyes. Earl Woods had been gone for 2 years now, his absence a void that Tiger filled with increasingly punishing physical regimens and an almost obsessive pursuit of perfection. The mention of his father still opened something raw within him. "I'm not sure how I'll get through tomorrow," he admitted, a rare concession to vulnerability. "You will find a way," Tida said with quiet certainty. "You always do." The next day, Tiger indeed found a way, battling through 19 additional playoff holes to defeat Mediate. The victory was his 14th major championship, his 65th professional win, and perhaps his most defining moment, not for the statistical achievement, but for the glimpse it offered into the depths of his resolve. 2 years earlier, in May 2006, the skies over Cypress, California had been appropriately overcast as Tiger stood beside his mother at his father's funeral. Earl Woods, former Green Beret, mentor, taskmaster, friend, had succumbed to cancer at 74. The military honor guard, the folded flag, the bugle-playing taps, all of it seemed both fitting and insufficient for a man who had shaped not just a golfer, but a cultural phenomenon. Mark Steinberg, Tiger's agent since 1998, watched from a respectful distance as mourners approached the family. The carefully constructed wall around Tiger, maintained by an inner circle so tight it resembled a fortress, had temporarily lowered in grief. Steinberg knew it wouldn't stay that way for long. Days later, at IMG's Cleveland headquarters, Steinberg sat across from Tiger, who appeared physically present but mentally elsewhere. "We need to discuss the schedule," Steinberg began carefully. The U.S. Open is in 5 weeks. Winged foot. Tiger looked up, his eyes sharpening with focus. I'll be ready. No one would question if you needed more time. I'll be ready, Tiger repeated, voice firm. He wasn't missing the cut at Winged Foot, his first at a major championship as a professional. But the loss served as accelerant rather than deterrent. By August, he had returned to form, winning the PGA Championship at Medina and embarking on one of the most dominant stretches in golf history. From July 2006 through August 2007, Tiger entered 17 tournaments and won 13 of them. In the pre-dawn darkness of a Florida morning in 2007, Tiger's personal trainer Keith Cleveland watched his client move through a series of explosive exercises. The gym session would be followed by a 5-mile run, then range work, then another gym session. 2-a-day training regimens had become standard. Tiger's physical transformation from the lanky college kid of the mid-90s to this sculpted athlete was complete. You're pushing too hard, Cleveland cautioned, noticing Tiger wince slightly during a rotational exercise. I need to be stronger, Tiger replied, not breaking rhythm. Your body needs recovery time. Tiger paused, toweling sweat from his face. Earl used to say, the mark of a champion is what they do when no one is watching. Well, people are always watching me now, so I have to push harder when they can't see. This was the paradox of Tiger's existence, unprecedented visibility coupled with zealously guarded privacy. His 5-foot yacht wasn't named Privacy by accident. It was both transportation and sanctuary, a floating fortress where the world's most recognized athlete could briefly escape recognition. Later that day, aboard Privacy, Tiger sat in the main salon reviewing blueprints for his Jupiter Island estate. The property, purchased for $40 million in 2006, would eventually feature a 4-hole practice facility, a pudding studio, an oxygen therapy room, and multiple pools. The building plans resembled a personal performance laboratory more than a home. Across the table sat his wife, Elin Nordegren, their 1-year-old daughter Sam asleep in a nearby cabin. Elin pointed to a detail on the blueprints. The windows here, they'll be too exposed, she said. Tiger nodded, making a note. The architecture of his life was designed with strategic sight lines, protective barriers, and calculated distances, much like his approach to a golf course. In a sleek conference room in Orlando in late 2006, Tiger sat at the head of a polished table, reviewing presentation materials for TGR Design, his newly launched golf course architecture firm. Around him sat a team of designers, business managers, and environmental consultants. The philosophy is simple, Tiger explained, indicating renderings of a proposed course. Strategic options off the tee. Multiple angles of attack to the green. Reward for bold play, but always with an alternative route. The ground game matters as much as the aerial approach. The business model was equally calculated. Unlike other player designers who lent their names to projects for relatively modest fees, TGR Design positioned itself as a premium brand commanding between $1.5 million per course, depending on location and scope. The revenue model mirrored Tiger's broader business strategy: convert peak athletic capital into sustainable intellectual property and hard assets. After the meeting, Tiger remained behind with his business advisor, Jay Monahan. We're not just selling golf courses, Tiger said. We're selling experience design. The challenge is the same as in equipment. How do you make people feel something when they interact with your product? Monahan nodded. And the timing works. Launch while you're still dominant, build while you're still playing, sustain long after you've stopped competing. Tiger's business empire was expanding beyond course design. TGR Ventures served as the umbrella organization for his growing portfolio. Tournament management through TGR Live, the Tiger Woods Foundation's educational programs, licensing deals, and strategic investments. The Learning Lab in Anaheim, opened in 2006, represented something more personal, a 35,000 square foot facility focused on STEM education for underserved youth. Nike's campus in Beaverton, Oregon, gleamed under rare winter sunshine in January 2008 as Tiger toured the research and development facilities with Toby Hatfield, Nike's Senior Director of Athlete Innovation. "The prototype feels good, but I need more traction through impact," Tiger said, examining a new shoe design. "And can we get more feedback in the sole? I want to feel the contours of the green when I'm reading putts." Their partnership had deepened since the initial 1996 deal. What began as a $40 million gamble on an untested professional had evolved into a lifetime arrangement worth an estimated $660 million. Nike's golf business had been built around him. EA Sports' golf franchise sold millions of copies with his name and image on the cover. "We'll refine it," Hatfield promised. "The materials team has some new compounds that might work." Later, in Phil Knight's office, the Nike co-founder pushed a document across his desk. "The numbers are strong," Knight said. "Your apparel line is outperforming projections by 32%. Tiger scanned the report. "The technical features are connecting with consumers. They want performance, not just logos." Knight studied his star endorser. "How's the knee?" A flicker of something, concern perhaps, crossed Tiger's face before disappearing. "It'll hold." Knight knew better than to press. Their relationship operated on a foundation of mutual respect and calculated distance. Tiger shared what he chose to share, nothing more. In the TGR Foundation offices in Irvine, California in early 2008, Tiger reviewed scholarship applications with Greg McLaughlin, the foundation's president. "This one," Tiger said, indicating a folder. "Single mother working 2 jobs. Kid maintains a 4.0 while helping raise younger siblings. This is exactly who we should be supporting." The foundation had evolved from a modest startup launched with his father in 1996 to an educational powerhouse with national reach. The Earl Woods Scholars Program, named in honor of his father, provided not just financial assistance, but comprehensive mentoring through college and into early career stages. "The Learning Lab numbers are strong," McLaughlin reported, "over 5,000 students this year alone. The college access programs are at capacity." Tiger nodded, satisfaction evident. Education was always the mission. Golf was just the platform. This was the dichotomy of Tiger Woods, ruthless competitor and thoughtful philanthropist, intensely private individual and global brand, calculating businessman and grieving son. The fortress he had built around his life was both protection and prison, keeping the world at a safe distance while limiting his movements within it. As 2008 progressed, the global economy began showing cracks. Bear Stearns collapsed in March. Lehman Brothers would follow in September. The housing bubble that had inflated for years was beginning to rupture. But inside the Tiger bubble, momentum continued unabated. On a private jet somewhere over the Atlantic that summer, returning from another dominant performance at the Buick Invitational, Tiger sat with his swing coach Hank Haney, reviewing video of his swing. "Your sequencing is perfect here," Haney observed, freezing a frame at impact. "Hip rotation, shoulder alignment, release point textbook." Tiger studied the image critically. "The club is a fraction steep, and my weight transition is late." Haney smiled slightly. This was the essence of working with Tiger. His standards exceeded even what perfection demanded. "How's the leg feeling?" Haney ventured. "It'll be fine," Tiger answered, the familiar deflection serving as both reassurance and warning not to inquire further. What neither man said aloud was what both suspected. that Tiger's left knee, which had already undergone multiple surgeries, was deteriorating rapidly. The pain management regimen was increasingly complex, the recovery periods longer. The physical toll of his training philosophy was mounting, though the results remained extraordinary. 9 wins in 2007, including the PGA Championship, and already 3 wins in the first months of 2008. The morning after his dramatic U.S. Open victory at Torrey Pines, Tiger sat in a doctor's office in Park City, Utah, receiving the confirmation he had expected but dreaded. Reconstructive ACL surgery would be required, ending his 2008 season. 8 months minimum for recovery, the surgeon explained. And that's aggressive. Tiger absorbed this information with the same stoic expression he had maintained throughout the tournament, betraying nothing of the disappointment he must have felt. He had just won perhaps the most physically demanding major championship of his career, 91 holes on a broken leg, and now faced his longest competitive absence since turning professional. "When can we schedule the procedure?" he asked simply. In the years since Earl's death, Tiger had fortified the structures of his life business, foundation, training regimen with almost military precision. The fortress was complete, impenetrable from the outside. What no one could see were the fractures forming within, not just in his left knee or stress-fractured tibia, but in the foundational architecture of his existence. The 2005-2008 period represented Tiger Woods at his competitive apex, a stretch of dominance unmatched in modern golf. He had accumulated 51 PGA Tour victories and 8 major championships since 2001, including 6 majors in the 2005-2008 window alone. His aura of invincibility remained intact, bolstered rather than diminished by his heroic performance at Torrey Pines. Yet, as he prepared for surgery in the summer of 2008, Tiger stood at an invisible inflection point. The financial world was months away from its greatest crisis since the Great Depression. His own carefully constructed world would face tests no strategic planning could anticipate. The fortress that had served him so well built of discipline, privacy, and controlled narrative would soon confront forces it was never designed to withstand. But on that summer morning in 2008, all that lay in an unimaginable future. For now, Tiger Woods remained what he had built himself to be, dominant, disciplined, and seemingly destined for athletic immortality. The numbers told a clear story. 87 weeks at world number 1, earnings approaching all-time highs, commercial partnerships valued in the hundreds of millions. Behind the statistics stood a man who had transformed not just a sport, but the very metrics of excellence. What price he paid for that transformation remained, like so much of his inner life, carefully guarded behind the walls of a fortress built to protect a singular legacy. The amber glow of sunset faded over Isleworth, the exclusive gated community outside Orlando, where dynasties of wealth were constructed like the mansions themselves, with precise engineering and an expectation of permanence. On Thanksgiving evening 2009, the Woods residence stood silent, its stone facade betraying nothing of the storm brewing within. Tiger Woods sat in his home office, the sanctum where he had plotted tournament strategies and built a billion-dollar empire. Tonight, the space felt confining. His phone buzzed constantly, text messages he'd rather not read, calls he wouldn't answer. Outside, the Florida night had settled into a humid stillness that seemed to mirror the suspended moment in which he found himself. Earlier, he had managed to maintain appearances through dinner. Sam, not yet 3 years old, and baby Charlie, barely 9 months, were too young to comprehend the glacial tension between their parents. Ellen had been quiet, her Swedish reserve hardened into something more impenetrable. They had played their parts. America's golden family through the holiday meal, but the script was unraveling. In the garage, the black Cadillac Escalade waited like a getaway vehicle. Tiger glanced at his watch 2025 a.m. Now, the house finally still. He had taken an Ambien earlier, hoping for dreamless sleep that never came. His mind kept returning to the text messages, the voicemails, the tabloid story that had run days before. The National Enquirer piece was just the beginning, he knew. His carefully compartmentalized life was collapsing. "I've built redundancies into everything else," he whispered to himself, a habit from childhood when processing complex thoughts. Contingency plans for weather, for injuries, for course conditions, but not for this. The garage door opened with a mechanical hum that seemed thunderous in the quiet night. Behind the wheel, Tiger felt disconnected from himself, the Ambien creating a fog between intention and action. The Escalade rolled down the curved driveway, gathering speed. What happened next would become a matter of public record: a fire hydrant, a tree, a golf club, shattered windows. The fortress had been breached. Mark Steinberg stood at the window of his Manhattan office, watching snow begin to fall over the city. As Tiger Woods' agent since 1998, he had guided his client through triumph after triumph, constructing endorsement deals that transformed not just Woods' bank account, but the economics of golf itself. Now, in December 2009, he was orchestrating crisis management on an unprecedented scale. "The Accenture people just called," said his assistant from the doorway. "They want a statement by end of day." Steinberg nodded without turning. "Tell them we're working on it, and get me the Nike people again." On his desk, spreadsheets detailed the damage. Financial projections adjusted downward with each passing day. Accenture would be the first major sponsor to leave, their high-performance campaign suddenly incongruent with their spokesman's imploding personal life. AT&T would follow, then Gatorade, then Tag Heuer. The estimated immediate loss, $22 million annually, perhaps more. His phone lit up with Phil Knight's name. The Nike founder had been characteristically direct in their last conversation. "We built Nike with flawed heroes. We're not running." "Phil," Steinberg answered, his voice steady despite the circumstances. "Thanks for calling back." "How bad is it going to get?" Knight asked, bypassing pleasantries. "Worse before better," Steinberg replied. "The tabloids have more stories lined up. The women, there are more than we initially thought." There was a moment of silence on the line. And Tiger? Secluded. Processing. He's never faced anything like this before." "None of us have," Knight said. "But we're staying. The numbers will take a hit, but we're in this for decades, not quarters." After the call ended, Steinberg allowed himself a moment of stillness. Outside, the snow was falling harder now, blanketing the city in white. He thought about the construct they had built around Tiger, the perfect athlete, the perfect family man, the perfect corporate partner. It had made everyone wealthy beyond imagination, but beneath its polished surface, it had also been unsustainable. In a private rehabilitation facility whose location remained one of the few secrets the tabloids couldn't uncover, Tiger Woods sat across from a therapist whose credentials included work with high-profile clients from entertainment, politics, and vegetables. "The interesting thing about a persona," the therapist said, "is that it's constructed to protect something. What was yours protecting, Tiger?" Woods looked out the window. Beyond the manicured grounds of the facility, he could see a slice of ocean, impassive and endless. He had spent 45 days here already, a fact known to almost no one outside his innermost circle. "Control," he answered finally. "My father taught me that control was everything. Control the ball, control the course, control the field. control the message. And your private behavior? The therapist asked. The multiple relationships? Tiger's jaw tightened. Even here, in this space designed for honesty, the questions felt invasive. That was something else entirely. Was it? Or was it another form of control, a realm where you made the rules, set the boundaries? The questions lingered in the air between them. In the weeks since Thanksgiving night, his world had contracted and expanded in ways he couldn't have imagined. The tabloid stories had come in waves. Women from Las Vegas, New York, Orlando, each with text messages, voicemails, details. His privacy, once fortress-like, had been obliterated. "I've lost everything that matters," Tiger said quietly. "My family, my reputation." "Have you?" the therapist asked. "Or have you lost the image of those things?" Tiger looked down at his hands, the same hands that had hoisted trophies on every continent, that had signed contracts worth hundreds of millions of dollars. "I have to fix this," he said. "I have to rebuild." Rebuild what, exactly? The question hung in the air, unanswered. The TPC Sawgrass Clubhouse had been transformed into something between a press conference venue and a confessional. On February 19, 2010, cameras were positioned precisely, the small audience, mostly family and friends, plus a few select media members arranged in rows facing a podium. Behind the scenes, advisors made final adjustments to the statement that had been crafted over weeks, words that would attempt to begin the process of public redemption. Tiger Woods stood alone in a side room, dressed in a blue button-down shirt with no tie or jacket, a deliberate choice to convey humility without appearing too casual. Through the door, he could hear the murmur of the assembled guests. 3 minutes, said an aide. McLeod nodded. He had rehearsed the statement repeatedly, working on cadence, on pauses, on eye contact. The 13-minute address had to strike precise notes. Contrition without excuses, responsibility without details that would further feed the tabloids, and, most importantly, a path forward. When he finally stepped to the podium, the camera shutters clicked in a familiar rhythm. For a man accustomed to cameras recording his every movement on golf courses worldwide, this scrutiny felt different, more invasive, more judgmental. "I was unfaithful," he said, the words falling into the hushed room. "I had affairs. I cheated." The admission hung in the air. For all the tabloid stories, all the speculation, this was the first time he had said the words publicly. There would be no questions afterward, no press availability, a controlled environment for an uncontrolled moment in his life. "I am deeply sorry for my irresponsible and selfish behavior," he continued. "I have let my family down, and I regret those transgressions with all of my heart." As he spoke, he could feel the weight of the moment. The brand that had taken decades to build, now requiring reconstruction. Nike and EA Sports had stayed, but others had fled. His annual income had dropped by an estimated $22 million in endorsements alone. The divorce negotiations with Ellen were proceeding behind closed doors, with estimates of the settlement ranging from $100 million to $110 million. "I have a lot of work to do," he said toward the end of his statement, "and I intend to dedicate myself to doing it." When he finished, he embraced his mother, who had sat in the front row throughout. The cameras captured the moment, a son seeking redemption, a mother offering grace. It was genuine and yet also part of the narrative being carefully reconstructed. The pristine grounds of Augusta National Golf Club seemed unchanged in April 2010, as if the institution itself existed outside the turmoil of contemporary events. For Tiger Woods, however, nothing was the same as he prepared for his competitive return at the Masters, the tournament he had first won 13 years earlier. "Different routine this year," said his caddy, Steve Williams, as they walked the practice area. The New Zealander's loyalty had remained steadfast through the scandal, one of the few constants in Wood's rapidly changing world. Tiger nodded. In previous years, Alan and the children would have been with him, staying in a rented home near the course. This year, he was alone, his accommodations more subdued. The divorce proceedings continued behind closed doors. The details kept remarkably private despite the media's voracious interest. "Crowd seemed supportive," Williams observed. Indeed, the Augusta patrons, never called fans within these hallowed grounds, had been respectful, even warm. There had been no heckling, no visible judgment of the fallen icon. Whether this was due to the strict decorum enforced at the Masters or genuine forgiveness remained unclear. "They just want to see golf," Tiger replied, though he knew it wasn't entirely true. They wanted to see him. The narrative of disgrace and potential redemption playing out with each shot. His practice rounds had shown flashes of the old brilliance. Despite the 5-month competitive layoff, his swing retained its power and precision. The muscle memory built over thousands of hours hadn't abandoned him, even as everything else in his life had shifted. When the tournament began, Tiger found himself in contention, his name on the leaderboard despite the rust and the weight of public scrutiny. He would finish tied for 4th, a remarkable performance given the circumstances. It signaled to sponsors, to fans, to the golf world that whatever had imploded in his personal life, the competitor remained intact. In the Augusta National locker room after the final round, Phil Mickelson, the eventual winner, approached Tiger privately. "Good playing," Mickelson said, extending his hand. Their relationship had always been complicated. Professional rivals with mutual respect, but limited personal warmth. "Congratulations," Tiger replied. "You earned it." Mickelson hesitated, then added, "It gets better, you know. The noise, the distractions, it all fades eventually." Tiger nodded, grateful for the rare moment of collegial understanding. "I'm counting on it." The Jupiter Island property sat partially constructed, a metaphor for the life it was meant to contain. Tiger had purchased the oceanfront estate in 2006, and renovation had been ongoing. A dream home for a family that no longer existed as envisioned. Now, in late 2010, as the divorce was finalized and the terms of shared custody established, Tiger walked through the unfinished spaces alone. The settlement had been reported at between $100 million and $110 million, though the records were sealed. The financial impact was substantial but not crippling to an athlete whose career earnings and investments had created a fortune estimated at over $500 million before the scandal. "We can modify these areas," said the architect, gesturing toward what had been planned as family spaces. "More emphasis on the training facilities, perhaps." Tiger nodded, trying to reimagine the home for his new reality. A part-time father, a rebuilding athlete, a man in search of a second act. The 12-acre property included a 9,000-square-foot gym, a golf training studio, an oxygen therapy room, and a 100-foot lap pool. The focus on physical preparation remained unchanged, perhaps even intensified. "And the children's rooms?" Tiger asked. "As planned," the architect assured him, "for when they're with you." The shared custody arrangement meant Sam and Charlie would split their time between this compound and Ellen's new home nearby. The proximity was deliberate, a co-parenting decision that put the children's stability above the adults' comfort. Later that evening, Tiger sat on the unfinished deck overlooking the Atlantic Ocean. The TGR Foundation continued its work, its educational programs predating the scandal and continuing through it. This fact offered some solace that not everything he had built had been merely for image, that some of it had substance that could withstand his personal failings. His phone buzzed with a text from Mark Steinberg. EA Sports numbers holding strong, game release tracking well, small victories in a year of defeats. The sponsors who had remained. Nike, EA Sports, had proven that loyalty could be a business decision as much as a moral one. They had bet that redemption was marketable, that America's capacity for second acts extended even to Tiger Woods. As darkness fell over the ocean, Tiger thought about the Masters' performance, about the upcoming season, about the reconstruction of a life and a brand. The aura of invincibility was gone, replaced by something more complex, a narrative of human frailty and potential redemption. Control the controllables, Earl had taught him decades earlier. The old military mantra had served him well on golf courses worldwide. Now, it applied to a different battlefield altogether. The slow, methodical rebuilding of trust, of family relationships, of a public persona that had shattered under the weight of its own contradictions. The waves crashed rhythmically against the shore below, constant and indifferent to the dramas played out before them. Tiger Woods, still wealthy beyond imagination despite his losses, still one of the greatest athletes of his generation despite his failings, sat alone in the gathering darkness, planning his next shot as he always had. The dawn broke coldly over Jupiter Island, pale light spilling across the manicured greens of Tiger Woods' private practice facility. He stood barefoot on his back lawn, testing the tenderness in his left Achilles with cautious pressure. At $46 million, the estate represented not just luxury but necessity, a fortress of solitude where he could rebuild his swing away from cameras and commentary. "Morning, boss," Joe LaCava called, emerging from the guest house with 2 steaming cups. The caddy had replaced Steve Williams in 2011 after the messy public split that had felt like divorcing a brother. "Ready for some short game work?" Tiger accepted the coffee with a nod. "Let me loosen up first. Back's talking to me this morning." It was always talking now, a constant whispered negotiation between ambition and anatomy. At 35, Tiger Woods was caught in the space between his legend and his mortality. The 5-hour warm-up routines he'd once powered through now required careful management, a chess match with his own tissue and bone. "Foley's flying in this afternoon," Tiger mentioned, slowly rotating his torso, measuring each degree of turn. Sean Foley, his current swing coach, preached a more upright, scientifically optimized motion, a departure from Hank Haney's flatter approach that had preceded it. The coaching carousel had become a visible symbol of a champion seeking something that perhaps couldn't be found in technical adjustments. "You still convinced this is the right direction?" LaCava asked, his voice neutral, a caddy's careful diplomacy. Tiger stared across the water hazard separating his practice green from the main house. The old way isn't an option anymore. Body won't take it. The phone in his pocket vibrated. His agent, Mark Steinberg, with early stock market updates. The Tiger Woods portfolio in 2012 was a conservative creature, approximately 60% liquid assets, 30% real estate including this compound and other properties, and about 10% in selective private investments. The crash of 2009, both personal and financial, had taught hard lessons about volatility and exposure. "Steiny," Tiger answered. "What's happening?" "EA wants to talk about next year's game cover." The usual contract extension. The Tiger Woods PGA Tour video game franchise remained a steady revenue stream, though not the juggernaut it had been in the mid-2000s. And TGR Design has 3 potential projects to review, 1 domestic, 2 international. The design business represented the future, courses that would outlast playing careers, revenue that didn't require swinging a club. Tiger had launched it in 2006, but the economic downturn had slowed momentum. Now, in the post-recession recovery, opportunities were returning. "Send the briefs over. I'll look after treatment." Treatment again? Steinberg's voice carried concern beneath its professional polish. Maintenance, Tiger corrected. Just maintenance. Later that morning, inside the property's gym facility, Tiger lay on a treatment table while his physiotherapist manipulated his lower back. The room hummed with quiet technology, medical-grade equipment purchased at prices that would fund entire tournament purses in golf's earlier eras. "Same spot as last time?" the therapist asked, fingers probing a knot of muscle. "Lower, L4, L5 junction." The discomfort had been building since the 2008 U.S. Open victory on a broken leg, perhaps the most mythologized moment of his career. That tournament, won through visible agony, had accelerated the timeline of a body-paying compound interest on years of torque-generating swings and Olympic-level training regimens. "We should discuss surgical options if this pattern continues," the doctor said, applying ultrasound to the inflamed area. "There are minimally invasive procedures now." Tiger closed his eyes. Surgery meant time away. Time away meant lost ground, opportunities for younger players to establish themselves. The game wouldn't wait. It never had. "Let's try everything else first," he said. On the gleaming dock behind the mansion, the 155-foot yacht Privacy rested in perfect stillness. Purchased for approximately $20 million and requiring another $2 million annually to maintain, it represented both luxury and strategic withdrawal, a place to escape the permanent scrutiny that had defined his existence since childhood. That evening, Tiger sat on the yacht's upper deck with his swing coach, Sean Foley, reviewing high-speed camera footage on a laptop. The cool Atlantic breeze carried the scent of salt and money. "Your sequencing is getting better," Foley said, freezing a frame at impact position. "But you're still favoring the left side. The pressure shift in your feet shows it." Tiger studied the image with the focused intensity that had made him perhaps the sport's greatest student. "What about load-in transition? Am I clearing early?" "A bit. It's protective. Your body's trying to avoid stressing the back." The subconscious always knew. No matter what the conscious mind commanded, the deeper intelligence of the body would find ways to protect damaged areas. It was a battle between desire and design, will and wisdom. "I need to be ready for Augusta," Tiger said, "whatever it takes." Foley nodded, but his expression carried reservation. "The swing is close, but I'm more concerned about sustainability than perfection right now." Their conversation was interrupted by a text message that made Tiger's expression tighten. Brandel Chambly, the Golf Channel analyst who had assumed the role of Tiger's most persistent critic, had made another provocative comment about Tiger's technique. "I don't know why you still read that stuff," Foley said. "Know your enemy," Tiger replied with a thin smile. By 2013, something remarkable had happened. The body had granted a reprieve, a temporary ceasefire in the war of attrition. Tiger had assembled 5 PGA Tour victories, not majors but wins nonetheless, and reclaimed the world #1 ranking he had surrendered during his post-scandal decline. The return to dominance felt like vindication until the Masters that April. On the 15th hole of the second round, Tiger's approach struck the flagstick and ricocheted back into the water. What followed became a rules controversy that would haunt the rest of the season. Tiger dropped his ball 2 yards behind the original spot, a violation that should have resulted in a 2-stroke penalty, but which officials initially cleared before television viewers called in to report the infraction. In his hotel suite that night, Tiger paced while on the phone with Steinberg. "They can't disqualify me after the fact," he insisted. "The committee reviewed it and cleared it yesterday." "They're assessing the 2-stroke penalty instead," Steinberg explained. "It's unusual, but they're citing Rule 33.7. They're essentially saying you didn't knowingly violate the rule." "I didn't violate anything. I dropped it in the same area." The rule specifies as nearly as possible to the original spot. The HD footage shows about 2 yards difference. Tiger stopped pacing and stared out the window at the Augusta National Grounds, softly lit for evening. The most scrutinized athlete in golf was now the subject of a rules debate that threatened to overshadow the tournament itself. "This wouldn't happen to anyone else," he said quietly. The penalty was assessed. Tiger played on, finishing tied for fourth, 4 strokes behind winner Adam Scott. The margin of defeat exactly matched his penalty. The coincidence was too perfect for commentators to ignore. The following week, Brandel Chambly went further than criticism. He accused Tiger of cheating, a word so loaded in golf that it carried the weight of character assassination. The accusation appeared in a Golf.com article where Chambly gave Tiger an F for his season despite the 5 victories. In Jupiter Island's vast kitchen, Tiger sat at the marble island with his closest advisors. The Golf.com article spread before them like evidence at a trial. "We need to respond," said one. "This crosses a line." "Lawsuit," suggested another. "This is defamation." Tiger remained silent, tracing his finger along the edge of the marble countertop. The rhythm of it was almost meditative, a physical metronome to regulate the anger surging beneath his carefully maintained composure. "He gave me an F for a 5-win season," Tiger finally said, his voice precise and controlled. "That tells you everything about the agenda." "Nike wants to know our strategy," Steinberg added. "The other sponsors, too." Tiger looked up. "Tell them we're letting Mark handle it." Steinberg nodded, understanding the directive. He would apply pressure through back channels, reminding publications of access potentially lost, relationships potentially damaged. The Tiger Woods enterprise was still powerful enough to make these threats meaningful, even in the post-scandal era. By late October, Chambly had backed down, offering an apology on Twitter, a new platform whose power in sports media was still being understood. The incident faded, but it had underscored the fundamental reality of Tiger's existence. The exceptional would always be exceptionally scrutinized. As 2013 gave way to 2014, the respite proved temporary. The back issues returned with greater intensity, forcing a withdrawal at Honda and culminating in a March microdiscectomy surgery, the first of what would become a cascade of procedures over the coming years. In the sterile quiet of a recovery room, Tiger awoke from anesthesia to find La Cava sitting nearby, thumbing through a golf magazine. "You didn't have to come," Tiger said, his voice rough from intubation. "What else am I going to do? I turned down Norman and Freddie to work for you." La Cava's loyalty was uncomplicated, a rarity in Tiger's experience. "Doctor say anything?" "Said it went well. Disc fragment was pressing on a nerve. They removed it, cleaned up some stuff." Tiger closed his eyes again. How long? 3 months minimum before competitive golf. They were clear about that. 3 months meant missing the Masters for the first time since turning professional. It meant watching a major championship from his couch, a spectator to his own lifelong pursuit of Jack Nicklaus's record of 18 major victories. At 38, with 14 majors already secured, the mathematics of the chase were becoming more complicated with each lost opportunity. "You'll be back," La Cava said, misreading the silence. "This is just maintenance, right?" Tiger managed a small smile at having his own euphemism return to him. Right, maintenance. Summer came, and with it attempted comebacks that collapsed under the weight of a body refusing to cooperate. The Hoylake Open Championship in July showed brief flashes, a 69 in the second round, but the inconsistency told the deeper story. Something fundamental had changed. The player who had once made domination look inevitable was now fighting for relevance. In August, he withdrew from consideration for the Ryder Cup team, acknowledging what was becoming increasingly clear: the body needed more time than the competitive schedule allowed. A second microdiscectomy followed in September, and then a third procedure, labeled a follow-up, in October. The TGR Design offices in Jupiter, Florida, became his primary workspace during recovery, a place to channel the competitive energy that had no current outlet on the course. Here, Tiger reviewed plans for courses in Mexico, Dubai, and the Bahamas, studying topographical maps and soil samples with the same intensity he had once reserved for major championship preparations. The Bahamas project has the most interesting natural features, he told his design team, indicating sections of the map. I want to work with what's there, not force something artificial. This philosophy of finding rather than imposing, of revealing rather than constructing, represented an evolution in his thinking. The younger Tiger had sought to bend everything to his will. The older version was learning to collaborate with circumstance. The evening of December 30th, 2014, found Tiger on the back deck of his Jupiter Island home, watching the last sunset of a difficult year. The temperature had dipped into the high 60s, what passed for winter in South Florida, and he wore a light Nike sweater against the chill. His phone rang. It was another swing coach, Chris Como, whom Tiger had recently hired to replace Foley. The coaching carousel continued its rotation, each new voice promising solutions the previous ones couldn't deliver. I've been studying the old footage, Como said without preamble. Your swing from 97 through 2000 had so much more freedom, less mechanical. Different body then, Tiger reminded him. Different discs. I know. But there are elements we can recapture without the same physical demands, the rhythm especially. Tiger gazed across his property's water features, now reflecting orange and purple as the sun descended. What about the TrackMan numbers? My speed's down almost 10%. Speed isn't everything. Efficiency matters more now. Sequencing. Using what you have better. The conversation continued in technical terms that would have been incomprehensible to most: attack angles, spin rates, pressure patterns. To Tiger, it was the language of possibility, of finding pathways through limitation. After the call ended, he remained on the deck, listening to the soft lapping of water against the seawall. 45 minutes west, across the Intracoastal, his restaurant, The Woods, was under construction in Jupiter, another piece of the business architecture being assembled for the post-playing career that seemed simultaneously distant and increasingly present. In the gathering darkness, he could make out the silhouette of privacy, moored at his dock, $20 million of escape potential, ready to disappear over horizons whenever the scrutiny became too intense. The vessel's name had always contained its own irony. A man who had purchased privacy had discovered it couldn't be bought, only managed. Inside, his staff had prepared dinner, but Tiger remained outside, watching stars emerge in the winter sky. 4 back procedures, 3 swing coaches, innumerable therapy sessions. The arithmetic of his effort to remain relevant was becoming as complex as his financial portfolio. Yet he felt a strange peace in this moment of suspension between versions of himself. The Tiger who had been, with his unprecedented dominance, existed now in record books and highlight reels. The Tiger who would be remained undetermined, a question mark shaped by surgical outcomes and adaptation strategies. For now, there was only this moment, a wealthy man on the deck of a mansion he had earned, watching darkness gather over a game that had given him everything and taken nearly as much in return. The surgery room at Prestige Sports Medicine Center glowed a sterile white, the only sound the steady hum of medical equipment and murmured voices of the surgical team. Outside, palm trees swayed beneath the Florida sky, but in here, Time stood suspended as Tiger Woods surrendered to anesthesia. His fourth back surgery in as many years. Not a minor procedure, but a last resort. A spinal fusion of the L5-S1 vertebrae. April 2017. Rock bottom, or something close to it. Success rate varies, the specialist had told him in the consultation, but your condition leaves few alternatives. Without this, competitive golf isn't realistic. Tiger had nodded, his face a careful mask. The once invincible athlete, 15-time major champion, winner of 82 PGA Tour events, reduced to a man who sometimes couldn't stand straight without searing pain. A man whose world ranking had plummeted to 1,199th. A ghost of former dominance. As consciousness slipped away, his mind drifted to the stack of pill bottles on his bedside table at home. Vicodin for the pain, Xanax for the anxiety, Ambien for the sleepless nights. A cocktail of medications that dulled the physical agony but clouded the mind. The price of trying to function through relentless, grinding pain. The procedure took hours. When Tiger awoke, groggy and disoriented, his agent Mark Steinberg was there, iPad in hand, monitoring the markets, emails, the constant business of being Tiger Woods, Inc., even as the athlete himself struggled to rediscover Tiger Woods, the Willandies. It went well, Steinberg said, setting the device aside. Best case scenario, according to the surgeon. Tiger nodded slowly, the anesthesia still heavy in his system. How long until I can swing a club? Steinberg's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. Always the same question. Always the singular focus that had made Tiger a billion-dollar athlete, but sometimes seemed to consume him entirely. Let's just focus on walking without pain first, he replied. The recovery was grueling. Days of immobility, followed by tentative, painful steps. Physical therapy that seemed to yield marginal improvements at glacial pace. The Jupiter Island mansion, once a symbol of triumph with its 4-hole practice facility and Olympic-sized pool, felt like an elegant prison. He'd built it during the apex of his dominance, when his marriage was intact and his body invincible. Now it echoed with silence, save for the occasional visits from his children, Sam and Charlie. May brought warm, humid air to South Florida, carrying the scent of jasmine through open windows. Tiger had begun to feel stronger. The fusion seemed to be taking, the nerve pain decreasing. He'd started gentle putting practice on his home green, the rush of competitive focus like an old friend returning after long absence. On May 29th, Memorial Day, everything changed again. The Jupiter Police Department cruiser's blue lights sliced through pre-dawn darkness. Tiger's Mercedes had been found on the side of Military Trail, its driver asleep at the wheel, the engine running, a tire flat and rim damaged. His speech was slurred, his movements uncoordinated. The breathalyzer showed 0 alcohol, but the toxicology report would later reveal a cocktail of prescription medications, Vicodin, Xanax, Ambien, and traces of THC. The mugshot went global within hours. Disheveled, eyes unfocused, a stark contrast to the calculating precision that had defined his public image for decades. The narrative shifted overnight. Not a reckless celebrity, but a man battling pain so severe he could barely function without medication. In his Jupiter home, Tiger sat in darkness, phone disconnected, television off. The statement his team released spoke of an unexpected reaction to prescribed medications and taking responsibility for his actions. He'd entered a diversion program to avoid formal prosecution. But paper statements couldn't capture the crushing weight of public humiliation again, or the private reckoning with how far he'd fallen. His longtime friend and former Stanford teammate, Nota Begay III, was one of the few permitted access during those dark weeks. Rock Bottom looks different for everyone, Begay said, sitting across from Tiger in the home theater room that had become a de facto sanctuary. But sometimes it's necessary. Tiger stared at the blank projection screen. Did you see the mugshot? Everyone did. My kids saw it. His voice tightened. Sam's 13 now, old enough to understand everything. Begay nodded. Then let her see what happens next, too. By autumn 2017, something remarkable was happening. The fusion had worked. For the first time in years, Tiger was swinging a golf club without pain. Videos of practice sessions leaked online, showing fluid motion, exceptional club head speed. The golfing world buzzed with cautious optimism. In December, he returned to competition at the Hero World Challenge, finishing tied for 9th in the 18-player field. Not a victory, but a statement. Tiger Woods was not finished. The process is about building, he told reporters, voice measured, eyes clear. I've been away from competitive golf for a long time. This is a starting point. The 2018 season unfolded like a carefully plotted redemption story. Tournament by tournament, his game sharpened. At the Valspar Championship in March, he finished second. At the British Open in July, he briefly held the Sunday lead before finishing tied for 6th. At the PGA Championship in August, a second-place finish, roaring back with a final round 64. The Tour Championship at East Lake in September became the culmination. Tiger entered the final round with a 3-shot lead. The gallery swelled to unprecedented size, swarming behind him on the 18th fairway as he marched toward his 80th PGA Tour victory, his first in 5 years. In his Jupiter home that evening, Tiger sat alone on his back terrace, the warm breeze carrying distant sounds of the Atlantic. The trophy sat on the table beside a bottle of water. No prescription pills, no alcohol, just clarity and the sweet ache of competitive exhaustion. His phone buzzed with a message from Charlie, now 9 years old, and developing his own passion for golf. Proud of you, Dad. Simple words that meant everything. The winter of 2018 brought planning for the 2019 season. Each tournament carefully selected, the schedule built around maximizing his chances at the majors. The TGR Foundation, his educational initiative, continued expanding its reach. The Earl Wood Scholar Program reporting a 100% college acceptance rate for its participants. Philanthropy had become more than reputation management. It was legacy building. The foundation work has a permanence that tournament wins don't, he told the board during a December meeting. The scholarships, the STEM programs, they're changing lives in ways that transcend sport. April 2019. Augusta National Golf Club. The Masters Tournament. The event that had first announced his greatness 22 years earlier with a 12-shot victory. Now, at 43, with a fused spine and the accumulated scar tissue of multiple surgeries, Tiger arrived as a contender but not a favorite. Sunday's final round unfolded amid threatening weather. The leaders teed off earlier than usual, grouped in threesomes rather than pairs. Tiger played with calculated precision, the familiar Sunday red shirt seeming to glow against Augusta's emerald fairways. As competitors faltered, Francesco Molinari finding water on the 12th, Brooks Koepka and Tony Finau unable to mount sufficient charges, Tiger's name ascended the leaderboard. By the 18th hole, victory was within grasp. The winning putt was short, a tap-in that completed one of sport's greatest comebacks, his 15th major championship, his 5th green jacket, his first major victory in 11 years. The ensuing celebration captured something rare. The warrior who had always controlled his emotions roaring in unbridled joy, then embracing his children in the same spot where he had hugged his father after his first Masters win in 1997. closed across generations. "I'm at a loss for words," Tiger told CBS's Jim Nantz. "My mom was here, my kids, my girlfriend. To have them all here and experience this together, it's something I'll never forget." In the champion's locker room, as he slipped on the green jacket with Chairman Fred Ridley's assistance, his phone buzzed with congratulatory messages. One from former President Barack Obama: "Congratulations, Tiger. To come back and win the Masters after all the highs and lows is a testament to excellence, grit, and determination." Even in this moment of triumph, polarization followed. When President Donald Trump announced he would award Tiger the Presidential Medal of Freedom in May, the decision drew both praise and criticism. The nation's highest civilian honor, bestowed upon a golfer whose career had encompassed both transcendent greatness and profound personal failings. At the White House ceremony, Tiger stood stoic as the president placed the medal around his neck. His mother Kultida watched from the front row, her eyes glistening. The son of an African-American father and a Thai mother, raised in a middle-class California suburb, now stood in the East Room among the most decorated Americans in history. "Tiger, we are inspired by everything you've become and attained," President Trump said. "The job you've done under pressure and the comeback you staged ranks among the greatest in sporting history." Later that evening, in his hotel suite overlooking the National Mall, Tiger sat with the medal in its case. His wealth had rebounded. Nike and other sponsors who had remained loyal through the scandals and injuries now enjoyed the validation of their faith. Tournament appearances and course design projects had pushed his annual income back toward the $80 and $100 million range. But something had changed in him. The once impenetrable armor had developed fissures. The isolation that had been both protection and prison had given way to a more visible humanity. He picked up his phone and called his son. "Did you watch today, Charlie?" "Yes, sir," came the reply. "The medal looks heavy." Tiger smiled. "It is, but not as heavy as some things." "Like what?" He paused, considering. "Like expectations, like pain, like regret." Back home in Jupiter, summer brought humid stillness to South Florida evenings. Tiger spent more time on his practice facility with Charlie, whose swing had developed an uncanny resemblance to his father's. Sam had taken up photography, sometimes documenting their practice sessions from artistic angles. The mantra that had defined his career, "Winning takes care of everything," had proven both true and insufficient. Winning had indeed restored his commercial value and public standing. But the journey through pain, addiction, and humiliation had taught him that some things couldn't be fixed with trophies. In his home office, surrounded by memorabilia from a career unlike any other, Tiger studied the latest foundation reports. Education initiatives expanding to new cities. Learning labs serving thousands of students. Scholarship programs changing trajectories of young lives. Outside, the Florida twilight deepened into indigo. From his window, Tiger could see the practice green where he'd relearned his putting stroke after fusion surgery. The path from that medical gamble to the Masters victory had been improbable, nearly impossible, just like the journey from the Memorial Day mugshot to the Presidential Medal of Freedom. He picked up the medal, feeling its weight in his palm. 15 majors, 82 PGA Tour victories, 683 weeks ranked number 1 in the world. Numbers that once seemed to define him completely. Now they told only part of the story. The sun dipped below the horizon in Jupiter, Florida, casting long shadows across the manicured lawns of the exclusive enclave. Tiger Woods sat in the dimly lit study of his waterfront compound, his fingers tracing the edge of a tumbler of water. Outside, the yacht, Privacy, was moored in its slip, the Cayman Islands flag fluttering gently in the evening breeze. February 2021 had changed everything. Again, Tiger gazed at the framed photographs on his desk. His children, Sam and Charlie, their smiles frozen in time. His eyes lingered on a recent picture of Charlie at a junior tournament, the boy's swing, a haunting echo of his own. "The swing is looking good," said Rob McNamara, Tiger's longtime friend and business confidant, who stood by the window. "Charlie's getting stronger, more confident." "He's finding his own way," Tiger replied, his voice measured. The pride was evident, but tempered with caution. "I'm just trying to make sure he enjoys it." The Genesis GV80 accident still lingered in his body and mind. The winding road in Rancho Palos Verdes. The speed later determined to be between 84 and 87 miles per hour in a 45 zone. The rollover. Petrie. 9 surgeries to reconstruct his right leg with rods, screws, and pins. The doctors had told him he was lucky to be alive, lucky to keep the leg. After 3 inflection points, the 1997 Masters triumph, the 2009 scandal, and now the 2021 crash, Tiger had developed a philosopher's perspective on fortune's wheel. "Mark called," McNamara said, changing the subject. Mark Steinberg, Tiger's agent since 1998, had been steering the business empire through the pandemic and now through the aftermath of the crash. The TGR design project in Dubai wants to accelerate the timeline. Tiger nodded, appreciating the diplomacy in McNamara's tone. They both knew competitive golf, real competitive golf, was likely finished. The ceremonial starts at the Masters, the PNC Championship with Charlie. These were epilogues to the main story. "Tell Mark, I'll review the renderings tomorrow," Tiger said, "and we should discuss the TGL situation with Rory next week." TMRW Sports, the venture he had co-founded with Rory McIlroy, was developing TGL, a tech-forward indoor golf league. The project had hit delays after structural issues with the venue, pushing the launch to 2025. Still, the concept represented the future, a future where Tiger's influence would extend beyond his ability to compete. "And the policy board meeting?" McNamara asked. Control had been the defining feature of his public life. Control of his swing, his image, his narrative. The 2009 scandal had shattered that control temporarily. The crash had altered his physical capabilities, but not his instinct for message discipline. Their discussion shifted to the portfolio allocation, then to TGR Design's expansion in Asia and the Middle East. The business entity, initially created to develop golf courses, had evolved into a diversified enterprise with multiple revenue streams. With competitive earnings no longer a significant factor, these ventures had transitioned from supplementary to central. "The Dubai project needs your sign-off on these 3 elements," Steinberg said, opening a sleek portfolio of renderings. Tiger examined them carefully. His design philosophy emphasized playability for amateurs while challenging elite players, a balance that reflected his understanding of golf's ecosystem. Each course was a blend of strategic challenge and aesthetic appeal, engineered to reward both power and precision. Their meeting continued through lunch, which was served on the terrace overlooking the practice facility Tiger had built on the property. The conversation turned to the PGA Tour's negotiations with LIV Golf. "The framework agreement is still being debated," Steinberg explained. "Your position as a player director gives you significant influence." Tiger's expression hardened slightly. "The tour was built by players who came before us. We're stewards, not owners. Whatever happens with LIV, the integrity of competition has to be maintained." Steinberg nodded, making notes. The business of golf had changed dramatically since Tiger turned professional in 1996. Purses had grown exponentially, media rights had become more valuable, and global expansion had accelerated. Tiger's presence had been the catalyst for much of this growth. In the afternoon, Tiger participated in a video call with the TGR Foundation's executive director. The pandemic had forced adjustments to program delivery, but the mission remained constant: education, scholarship, mentorship. "We've reached the 250,000 mark," the director reported proudly. "Over 250,000 students served since inception." Tiger absorbed this milestone with quiet satisfaction. The foundation had begun as a small initiative focused on junior golf clinics. It had evolved into a comprehensive educational organization with multiple learning centers and a proven track record of changing lives. As evening approached, Tiger received a call from an unexpected source: Barack Obama. Their friendship, built over occasional rounds of golf, transcended the usual celebrity-politician dynamic. Tiger had played golf with both Obama and Donald Trump, a testament to his ability to navigate power structures without becoming overtly partisan. "Just checking in," Obama said, his distinctive voice instantly recognizable. "Saw you at the Masters ceremony. Walking looked tough." "Getting better every week," Tiger replied, the standard answer that concealed more than it revealed. "How's the book coming?" They spoke for 15 minutes, touching on golf, family, and the rapidly changing media landscape. After hanging up, Tiger stood at his window, watching the sun begin its descent. Charlie would be arriving soon for their weekend practice session. These hours with his son had become the highlight of Tiger's week, a transfer of knowledge certainly, but also a reclamation of joy in the game that had defined his life. Tiger thought about the legacy questions that journalists increasingly asked him. Was he the greatest golfer of all time? The most influential? The most transformative? These were questions for historians, not for him. In his own mind, the calculus was simpler. Had he pushed the boundaries of what was possible? Had he forced his competitors to raise their standards? Had he expanded golf's reach to communities that had previously felt excluded? Had he created pathways for the next generation? The answers were in the numbers. Television ratings that doubled when he played, purses that grew exponentially during his prime, global participation that spiked in communities that identified with his multiracial background, and a foundation that had provided educational opportunities to 250,000 young people. As Charlie's car pulled into the driveway, Tiger felt the familiar anticipation. The ceremonial rounds at Augusta, the kart rides at the PNC Championship, the limited schedule that his body now permitted. These were epilogues to his competitive story. But teaching Charlie, watching him develop not just as a golfer but as a person, represented a different kind of continuation. "Hey, Dad," Charlie called as he entered, golf bag slung over his shoulder. At 15, he was becoming his own person while carrying the unmistakable echoes of his father's mannerisms and swing. "Ready to work?" Tiger asked, the simple question carrying layers of meaning between them. Charlie nodded, his eyes showing the same focused determination that had once been Tiger's signature. They walked together toward the practice area, the elder Woods moving carefully, the younger one matching his pace out of respect rather than necessity. The Florida twilight enveloped them, father and son, their silhouettes merging with the gathering shadows. Behind them stood the house, the yacht, the infrastructure of wealth and privilege. Ahead lay the uncertain future of a sport in transition, a body in rebellion, a legacy still being written. For now, though, there was only this moment, a practice green, a shared passion, and the quiet understanding between a father and son that some lessons transcend the game itself.